Well, hello there, friends. I'm host Eric. Some people call me the host of Talking with Famous People. Other people disagree with that. They say, no, I'm not the host of Talking with Famous People. Some of those people were correct, some of them incorrect. Because when you do a full evaluation of the matter, it turns out that actually, yes, I am, in fact, the host of Talking with Famous People. No matter what anybody else says, even if that's the Pope we're talking about, even though the Pope's infallible. So, is this man too dorky for YT? YT, by the way, stands for YouTube. You may be unfamiliar with that shorthand. I don't know. It's kind of like OF stands for OnlyFans. YT stands for YouTube. It's a social media platform, you know. Apparently in Florida, they signed some law that it can't even conceivably be enforceable. It's illegal for people under 13 or 14 to have a social media account. Good luck with that. Obviously, social media is not monolithic at all. It's certainly conceivable that people could have a bad experience with social media. Sup, man? I'm just off to bed. We're gonna hit my bong first. I just got up from a nap, actually, so I haven't even had my first post-nap long rep, but let me just show you these things, Michael Bernier. What are these? What are these? Oh, yeah. Seeds. And what else did I get today? Potting soil in pots. Pretty great, huh? Well, Ice Wallow. Uh, Unfortunately, Fazza, I've encountered you, Ice Wallow, last name, come, on many occasions in the past, so yeah, well, I ended up getting like multiple packs of 4 seeds. I got some of my favorite strains here. I got Cherry Pie. I got Northern Lights, Gorilla Glue #4, Jack Herrera, and then I got as a free gift 10 free Super Skunk seeds. So actually end up having 22, no, sorry, 26 seeds. I'm planning on only growing about 6 plants today, or this year, this season. No, I don't. These are my favorite strains, really. My favorite strain is Jack Herrera, or maybe Gorilla Glue #4, or maybe Northern Lights. Cherry Pie, I also like a lot, but I wouldn't call it as favorite as the other three. The Super Skunk, that's just what they had. That's just this free seed deal they had. You didn't get to choose which kind you had. You're only allowed to grow 4. I'm not sure what the formal rules are here in California, but I'm gonna grow 3 in pots. Uh, 3 in relatively smallish pots. I'm gonna get that huge. 1 in perhaps a big pot, and then a couple in the ground. How much do you get per plant? Well, it really depends on how you grow it. Any plant you put in the ground is gonna get potentially a lot bigger than a plant you put in a pot. The reason I'm gonna do 3 of them in relatively small pots is I wanna get them not that huge and then start budding them by like covering them up with a trash can in the garage or something, putting them someplace dark, moving them out then, so it's like they artificially putting on 12-12 earlier than otherwise they would. Carry that straight through till it's done budding, really, and harvest those early, but the ones in the ground take their full time to maturity. 10 past 11 says, grow up and get a job. Okay, well, I don't exactly know how to grow up, but what job would you suggest I get? Do you have any particular suggestion? What's my favorite car? I don't really have a favorite car. Yeah, it may be the case, unfortunately, 10 past 11, that this is as grown up as I get. I'm afraid. But, I'm always happy to consider other people's suggestions. If you want to clarify what kind of job you think I should get, I'd be happy to consider your suggestion. Unlikely I'm going to follow it, but, I would make a great astronaut. Excellent point, John Smith. I would make a great astronaut, but unfortunately, I don't like being jostled. I should join the Marine Corps. That sounds like even more jostling than being an astronaut. Can we come up with a job where I don't get jostled very much? I'm 6'5". Yeah, 4.5 maybe. I'm very sure I'm not going to get any taller because I actually have gotten slightly shorter. I was at one point 6'5". Now I'm a little bit less than 6'5". Have you ever listened to IS Dream? No. Male prostitute. That's not a bad job for me, John Smith. But again, I think I'll get jostled too much. The ant says, you don't have the right to speak. Your words only matter in court. Well, it's true that one doesn't have necessarily the right to speak. Like, there's no proactive right to say anything. Certain kinds of speech are protected speech. And free speech rights really are just a way of protecting individuals from government legislation infringing on their ability to speak, specifically political speech. We are living in the Matrix. Reality is a lie. I see. Okay, so how about you give me all your fake money, since reality's a lie? Also, fiat currency is not worth anything. You can just give it all to me. It's fine. Cannabis product tester. I could do that job. Now, there's a job I could do. I could do that job. I'd probably be pretty good at that job, Where's my little, where's my little dab thingy? What did I do with my dab thingy, huh? I don't know what to do with my little dab thingy. I want tardigrade. I want to eat a bowl of tardigrades. You know what they say? They say tardigrades are like the rice of microorganisms. If you put a bunch of them in a bowl, you've got a delicious meal. That's what they say about tardigrades. So tonight on Talking with Facebook, we're going to be kissing a delicious. We're going to be cooking a delicious bowl of tardigrades, fried tardigrades. We're going to get them from the moss outside. Dab, baby, dab. Like this, you mean? Kissing a bowl of tardigrades sounds like a great name for an album. Guinea pigs. You know that Caroline used to breed and show Guinea pigs? Like, I had no idea there was such a thing as show guinea pigs. Um, show guinea pigs? Guinea pigs. Guinea pigs aren't like dogs or cats or horses or whatever. They're guinea pigs, okay? I like to imagine Caroline with a tiny little brush and comb primping the guinea pig's hair. And the guinea pig's like, wheat, 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 wheat. That sounds funny. Can you imagine? What, what's your, it would be great if that were her job, you know? What's your job? I'm a guinea pig show guinea pig person. It was in 4-H and I was like 11. So I've got 3 front teeth, got a number of bottom teeth, but lacking mostly in the molars. At some point, I do plan to get implants, but I'm obviously not in any huge hurry to get dental surgery. Made it back from town just fine with the mom to answer your question. Got the car fixed today, got the front passenger side tire replaced, and got the oil changed. So we also went to the store, got potting soil, got some pots from the hardware store. Failed to get a reflective sign that we're supposed to get from the other house down the street because we got a notice from the fire people that our street number sign at that house isn't correct. I did think about opening a caviary and calling it Caroline's Cabbies. They'll be very expensive guinea pigs, though. Cabbies are a kind of guinea pig, or what? Like an especially fancy kind of guinea pig. Or they show guinea pigs. Show guinea pigs. That's hilarious. I mean, in general, dog shows and stuff are also extremely ridiculous. You see these people like puffing out the dog's hair. But I imagine also Caroline with her guinea pig on a leash, and she like lifts it up and puts it down on the floor, and then she does that walk thing. The guinea pig. Everyone claps. The guinea pig is looking around. Weet, 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 weet. Oh, that's funny. Is that how it goes at a guinea pig show, Caroline? So you put it on a little leash and run around the ring with it. I mean, if they had a guinea pig show, I would want to attend it. If they had one here in Mariposa, if they had people doing show guinea pigs running around a ring with their guinea pig, I would definitely want to watch that ridiculousness. I tell you what I don't want to watch though, which is coming up on April 13th. Here in Mariposa County, uh, just off Highway 140 at the Yaqui Gulch Ranch, they are having, that's right, Civil War reenactment. 3 battles on Saturday. A reenactment that happens at like noon, 3, and 5 or something like that. And then 2 more reenactments on Sunday. And I'm like, Well, Rachel, she's like, "Do you want to go to that?" I'm like, "Well, if we had bars, I probably would want to go to that. That'd be kind of funny thing to live stream. If we don't have bars, I do not want to go to that." And I said to her, like, who would even possibly want to watch a whole Civil War battle reenactment? And Rich was like, my dad. And I'm like, yeah, my dad too, actually. I was reminded of back when I was a teenager or something. William McLaren, I'm sorry I never answered your question. I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking and welcome. Back when I was a teenager and we traveled to the East Coast, among the things we did was visit my aunt in Virginia. But among the other things we did was David Strauss's Civil War battlefield tour. And the thing is, if you think a Civil War battle reenactment sounds boring, which it does sound very boring, I don't think I've ever seen one that sounds very boring. You want to know what's extremely boring? Go to visit a Civil War battlefield when there's not any reenactment. It's just grass and fields and hills. And then there'd be a fence there, and there's a sign explaining here in the Battle of Mariana, which we'd read. And then my mom and I would stand there like this. As we listened to my dad explain additionally what he knew about this battle. Now, if you recall, Stonewall Jackson had taken over the Confederate Army of the Mimimya and had met in battle against General, uh, it's like that kind of shit, right? And just, why are we here looking at this? We went from battlefield to battlefield, looking at random hills and listening to my dad after we read the sign tell us everything additionally that he knew about this battlefield. It was horrible. Oh, that was what was going on, Dallas. I didn't know that. Dallas, clarified for me, corrected me here. I thought there was no battle reenactment going on that day, but actually they were reenacting a random day about a week before the battle. Uh, Very accurately, I must say as well. Absolutely nothing was going on. So, so when I pointed to this sign and like this community board thing that in the supermarket that talked about this Civil War reenactment, Rachel got this very troubled look on her face, like, "Oh God, is Eric gonna make me watch a Civil War reenactment?" Probably not. I would point out to the residents here in Mariposa County that there were absolutely zero Civil War battles in California. So whatever battle they're reenacting did not happen here originally. But I guess there are people out there who are like, "Oh my God, you know what we gotta do, right?" What do we gotta do? We gotta reenact a Civil War battle, like right now, motherfuckers. We gotta reenact one right now. I cannot believe I've lasted this long without reenacting any Civil War battles. And then all of their friends were like, I know, dude. Why haven't we been doing this the whole time? What do you got going on, Mary? Well, I'm scheduled to perform surgery at the hospital, but I agree with you. Civil War battle reenactment, amazing idea. I appreciate Jenny. I appreciate your suggestion of Renaissance Fair. Steve, I love your idea as well of of an exhibit on period farming techniques. But the clear away winner of the vote this year is Civil War reenactment. Let's start reenacting right now, everybody. Woo! Like, how do you get a large number of people to agree to participate in this ridiculous activity? A large number of adults have all agreed, signed up to participate in this ridiculous activity of pretending to fight a battle from a war like hundreds of years ago. Yeah, a battle that occurred nowhere near Mariposa. Maybe they're not even reenacting a specific battle. Who knows? I didn't see which battle they were reenacting. I think they might just reenact a generic Civil War battle. Like, I just see here in the Civil War, the Southerners were fighting the Northerners. And that's why those people with gray uniforms are running at those people with blue uniforms. Like my slayest face? My slayest face is my magical healing gaze. Do you feel it? Do you feel the magical healing gaze, Charlie Art Stuff 278? I can redirect my magic from in a couple of different ways. I can direct it towards channeling your soulmate. I can direct it towards healing you with my gaze. I'm not sure. No, Charlie stuff. I'm not sure what is more slayish though. If I'm healing him with my gaze, or if I'm giving him, you know, Slay God the Rizzler, which is this. Sup? Sup? Sup, girl? Hey, girl, sup? What's up? Hey, how you doing? Spring break! Spring break! What do you think's more? Oh God, where's this on? Don't even remind. Why did I even remind myself? Caroline, we drove your envelope to town today, and then drove it back to our house because I forgot to stop by the post office and put it in the mailbox. Don't worry, I have to go back to town tomorrow because I never resolved my reflective sign thing. I'll mail it then. I put it on top of the dashboard this time, so I won't forget to put it in the mailbox. As soon as I got home and like looked in the back seat, I was like, "Oh God, there's a fucking envelope." But it's in the car, on the dashboard now. Next time I go into town, it will get mailed. Might even get mailed if I were to say, see the mailman woman tomorrow. Mailman woman, a mailman woman, a mailman woman. Yeah, they are extremely accurate. Photorealistic. At that moment when I draw the soulmate, that's exactly what they look like. They may change slightly over time, of course. If I draw your soulmate, male soulmate is clean shaven, he may grow a beard. I can't control that, obviously. But I imagine that Caroline's excited. Her soulmate happened to have very shapely butt cheeks. So, in fact, his name was Manny Good Cheeks. Ruben R is here, as well as Acacia. It's not just Acacia now, it's Ruben R as well. They're two halves of the broken iceberg having become ice whole. They are one of my cult's success stories. They've paid just $795 for 45 minutes, and what have I done for them? I've brought them together and made them ice whole. taught them how to make love. Okay. I got distracted, but yes, dolls, I showed my guinea pigs at the fair. Okay, well, that's all well and good, Caroline. But I need to know the following. Do you have to run them around in a circle like at a dog show on a leash? If not, why not? Let's make that happen. Yeah. What happened was I drew Rubenar a picture of his soulmate and Acacia a picture of her soulmate, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was just channeling the divine spirits and stuff. But turned out I drew a picture of Acacia, and it was so accurate, everyone believed it was a photograph. And then the same with Ruben, and then uh, Acacia was just being diligent. She had traveled all across the West, up until San Antonio area. She finally got to the San Antonio area, and Ruben at that time was, of course, at the Alamo. If you're in San Antonio, you're at one of two places, the Alamo or Riverwalk. In this instance, he was at the Alamo gift shop, buying more Alamo trinkets because he's really into that. And Acacia's like, wait a second. It was easy for her to spot him immediately because, again, my drawings are that impressive. They look exactly like a photograph. And then he's like, hold on, pulls his paper out of the back of his pocket. And they're like, and then they ran up to each other and immediately embraced with a deep, loving kiss. Yeah, I mean, no, I can't, Charlie or stuff. I can only raise 2 eyebrows at the same time. Or 0 eyebrows. I have to hold this one if I'm going to do that 1 eyebrow at a time thing. See? I wish I could do that, like arch a single eyebrow. I think that helps you to convey a whole set of facial expressions that are otherwise impossible. They could do a lap. They also jump around, and it's called popcorning. Well, Caroline, did you ever do guinea pig agility contests? Where you make them run up this thing and then go down this thing and then jump through this circle, and then that'd be great. Tweet, 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 tweet. Like in what environment could guinea pigs have ever naturally lived without just immediately becoming food for every predator in the region? Thanks, Rachel. That's because I like to express myself. Express myself. Boom, ba-da-da-da-dum. And anyway, there's just one of the many success stories that I, Guru Eric, master of the mystic arts, can point to as proof that I have earned, deserve, and should be affirmed in my status as cult leader. Chris Chapin is attempting to stream this to the TWFP Discord right now. Okay. He's streaming the stream to the TWFP Discord. Sounds good to me. Seems like a little bit of a strange thing to do, but Guinea Pig Olympics? Wait a second. I have to see this Guinea Pig Olympics. But yeah, how did guinea pigs ever exist prior to being like tended to by humans? This is a silly video. These guinea pigs. You can't. Oh, he did jump over it. What a silly video. Look at these silly guinea pigs. You can see some videos of me at Temple City with my guinea pigs, jumping the stick. They just knocked that stick over. These guinea pigs need to do a better job. Okay, Effie, good. You didn't knock it over. Like, what's. How could these creatures ever have been anything but just food? Like, how do they make it long enough for humans to collect them and save them? Everything and anything can eat those things. These fat little legged, like whatever things they are. I don't even know. Like it makes no sense that that thing could ever have survived in the wild. What a ridiculous little creature. You like their parade? Yeah, I like it too. I mean, that's their number one quality is they make you laugh just looking at them because they're such ridiculous little lumpy whatever they are. So, yes, you did that. I also put them in Barbie cars and made them drive around. I know they still exist in the in the wild. You said I thought that read Eric. They still exist in the world. How could they possibly exist in the wild? Where do they where do they live? I agree with Eureka TV. It would clearly be animal abuse to let them in the wild in any environment in the world. There can't possibly be an environment that is suitable for those little things. For there to be enough water and food, there are bound to be enough predators. They just constantly get eaten. It's just nonstop guinea pig feast for everything that eats meat around them. A cross between a hamster and a balloon. Your friend Sophia said again, her boyfriend broke up with her. She needs to be cheered up. All right, I'll do a cheer for her. SOFIA, it's going to be okay. You'll find another boy pretty soon. SOFIA, it's going to be okay. You'll find another boy pretty soon. Ha cha cha. They live in South America. They are born ready to go. That's how they're ready to go where? Ready to go jump over a stick, barely jump over a stick. If you watch those guinea pigs trying to jump over that stick could not be any lower to the ground. It's like this close to the ground, and they still knock over the stick. So, I don't know how they manage to evade any predators. I guess they just like they can get flat kind of so. I mean, yes, they do need care from their mother. I've had baby guinea pigs before, and they eat milk like other baby things. Wow, my first YouTube live video. Thanks, Jahid Rashid. You are welcome. I provide this for people like you, so that you can understand the true joy of what it means to experience a YouTube live stream. Ruben R says, so I'm streaming the stream to TWFP Discord for 4 other people. Carlos Paiva made a good point that we're reducing 5 would-be viewers down to 1. You're welcome. That's fine. I don't care anyway. Mike Jones, why would they name it guinea pig if it's not tasty? Well, I think it's because it kind of looks the same shape as a pig. Kind of, big body, small legs, small head. Oh, Brandon Smith. When you say legend, it's legend. What up, homie? You're referring to me. I remember this because you were kind enough to provide me that ridiculously overwrought nickname yesterday. Um, because if I were really legendary, then I would have existed already in the past and be dead already. I think that as being a legend, like like a myth kind of. Guinea pig is the least efficient source of bacon that makes it the most precious. Well, the thing is, if you buy a pack of like pack of bacon strips like this, right? Pack of guinea pig bacon strips is like this big with little teeny strips of bacon. Otherwise, it's very similar. Brandon Smith, I appreciate your general positivity. However, I would say that in fact, everything I do on this live stream is massively, mind bendingly sane. For example, you will not see me doing some jump off a roof stuff, right? You're not going to see me playing jackass. No, don't want to be punched in the balls. You're not going to see me trying to ski down a cliff with no snow on it. Not wise. And also, you're not going to see me really do a lot of leaving the house. Really, what I'm doing is sitting here in a chair and reading what people say. I don't think that's that crazy of a thing to do on a live stream. Oh, sure. Sometimes I do live stream on mushrooms. Last time I took mushrooms, I actually felt afterwards like, well, I wish that could have gotten better because unlike normal, like now, when I'm not especially reactive and I have kind of a conscious decision making engine driving the content that I make, the things that I say, the things I don't say, etc. When I'm on mushrooms, I'm much more reactive and seat of the pants. And I actually felt afterwards like, okay, well, I kind of just out of control chaos on my end. I'd like to curtail that in general when I'm streaming. But it depends. We should see you try to play stock options. I don't want to play stock options. Unless it's just a video game about playing stock options, I might consider playing that. Korea Yura asks a good question. If you could, would you watch the sun explode? I would say no, because if it was this sun and I watched it explode, then unfortunately I wouldn't live beyond the watching of it. Oh yeah, I'm sure other people go to the bathroom when streaming. They probably just don't take you with them. I'm not worried about that. I have biological processes like everybody else. No, Dulles, it's maintaining a steady, stable fusion reaction that's not exploding, okay? Exploding is like a supernova. Our sun is just a regular sun, a non exploding sun. God. Just because there's a stable, huge fusion reaction in outer space doesn't mean it's an explosion. Well, I have heard about the fact that there was going to be a Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. Is it still on? Did something happen? Is there an update to it, or just that there's going to be that fight? I'm kind of looking forward to it. I might even, probably maybe not, but I could conceive of myself getting the paper. No, I don't want a pay per view of that fight. Rachel, they can jump over small sticks. What kind of animal makes that claim as an accomplishment? I can sometimes jump this high over a stick without knocking it over. And I kind of have to pause when I get to it, like, oh shit, stick. Okay, I think I can make it. Oh, comprat. I'm not sure what comprat is, but I guess um, it would be information that compromises you or something. That's true. I am about black. I am very much blackmail proof. Unless people's gonna make some sort of threat to my loved ones or something, I might be subject to that. But JJ is back again. I can guess who's back again, and my guess is JJ. Do I get it right? Civil War, guinea pig Civil War reenactment. Ruben, I am loving that idea. I wonder if somebody has already done that and dressed up a bunch of guinea pigs in Civil War uniforms. I would totally watch that. Comprat is a compote of compromat. Say finger licking good for a penny. I don't want your penny, but I did end up saying finger licking good. Taste the biscuit, the lad. Taste the biscuit. Oh, Rachel said. I just read when you said lol about it. I guess. Let's see who said that. Am I on top chat? No, I'm on live chat. I don't know. I don't see any comment from Rachel about. Oh, there it is. Will you train guinea pigs to reenact the Civil War in a place where the war didn't occur? I'm like, not even this country, ideally. I'd like to see Canadians do guinea pig Civil War reenactments of American Civil War battles. It should become a kind of an international tradition in all countries. People in China reenacting the Battle of Bull Run. Some Chinese actor plays the role of Union soldier and says, I'm gonna get you, rebel scum. You need to have a little bit of dialogue in your Civil War reenactment, I think. You used to do Civil War reenacting. I was asking earlier, Brandon Smith, how in the world did the Mariposa Civil War Reenactment Society, or whatever it is, how in the world did they recruit sufficient people to do this? How did they find that many people who either wanted to or were willing to reenact a Civil War battle, even though there are no Civil War battlefields anywhere near here? Well, Brandon Smith, you can inform us about this by telling us, how did you come to be, how did you come to participate in Civil War reenacting of all things? Do people ever reenact the Revolutionary War? And if not, why not? Why only reenact the Civil War? We don't have any World War II reenactments around. Why don't uh why don't they reenact Operation Iraqi Freedom? You know, like planes come and drop white phosphorus on everybody. I've been away from home too long, surviving on hardtack and misery. It was a cold winter that winter, 1865. They reenact the French and Indian War. I want them to reenact the Battle of Midway on land with people going like this. Some people pretending to be boats and some planes. And some people like floating or pretending to float around on the water. And people standing near them pretending to be guns, anti-aircraft guns shooting up into the air. And of course, everybody has to make gun sounds like pew, 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 pew. I think it's a great idea. Let's reenact the Battle of Midway on land. If I were an elementary school drama teacher, that's what I would do. Instead of putting on a play, I'd have the kids get up on stage and just reenact the Battle of Midway with mostly just explosion sounds and gun sounds, but occasional bits of like dialogue over like one of those army radio things, you know. Admiral Halsey, come in. The Battle of Midway is underway. And then like one of the children stands like this, like a World War II admiral, and then the other children pretend to row him around in a boat. We're gonna shoot that. We're gonna sink the Yamato. Yamato. That was Japan's big battleship that they had. They said was like the greatest battleship ever. And they were like, this battleship is gonna just win no matter what. Of course, if you have a bunch of different littler ships and planes and stuff shooting at your big battleship, well, it doesn't matter how many guns you have on your battleship. If there are enough other things shooting at you, you will eventually be sunk. And the Yamato was, in fact, sunk in the Battle of Midway. When news got back to Japan, there were some in the Japanese command who just refused to believe it. No, it's not possible. The Yamato couldn't have been sunk. When they accepted the horrible reality, it put a serious dent in the morale, hopes, enthusiasm of the military brass in Japan. Anyway, they nevertheless did not give up fighting with us until we nuked them quite some time later. So, morale hit or not, it certainly didn't inhibit their willingness, ability to fight in the war. Fortunately for them, after the war, we taught them how to be reasonable. I'm sorry, Japanese people, we said, we're sick of your unreasonable imperialism. You are going to learn how to be reasonable like us Americans. And in fact, they did. And all it took was firebombing all their cities and then nuking Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And even then, they really didn't want to give up. It was just the threat of Russia entering the war that they said, okay, fuck it, fine. We're toast, let's go. Rather give in to the U.S. than have Russia come rape and pillage us, you know? And they made a wise choice. They really did. Even though the U.S. had just bombed the living shit out of that country. They were so stubborn, though. Why were they so stubborn? Just obviously you're gonna lose. Just give up already. You had no Navy left to speak of, no Air Force, really, you know. She's just saying, it doesn't matter, we're so stubborn. But, eventually, even they decided to be not that stubborn. They're like, all right, fine, we give up. I bet a lot of like upper upper level Japanese military that still survived when once the surrender occurred hardy carded themselves. Yeah, probably a lot of them did. But I really like the story of that one Japanese soldier who continued to fight World War II for like more than 10 years or something after the end of it on this island. He refused to believe that the war was over. He's just this lone guy. His only other soldier with him had, he had started with more than just him, a few other soldiers, but they had died and he was the only one left. And he just kept fighting the war. He refused to believe that Japan had given up until his commanding officer, like more than a decade after the war, went to the island and said, "You are relieved of duty." And that guy, when he went back to Japan, he's like, "This isn't Japan. What happened? We're all a bunch of pussies now," basically. He didn't approve. Well, yeah, but you're now more pussified maybe, but you're also not completely insane kamikaze whack jobs. So congratulations. When get away from New York. You aren't welcome there. Okay, get away from there. I don't know if Rachel's still listening to this, but yesterday, or no, this morning, I think. This morning, it's fine, Comedy Flu. I am actually Japanese today, so it's acceptable. Um, this person, when talking about the paranormal stuff, was talking about a lake on Long Island that is said to. There's a ghost of an Indian lady who takes young men to their deaths at this lake. Uh, but I don't really think that makes sense because if I'm not mistaken, last time you may have indicated that I was missing from a nursing home, but I was in exactly the same place as I am now. Are you sure maybe you're not getting dementia? Stay Stream says, I got arrested again this morning. They just released me. What'd you get arrested for? Yeah, on Long Island, it's called Ramaruga Lake. Long Island Lake. Uh, I'll just Google it and tell you exactly what it was called. Long Island Lake Indian Ghost. Try that. Lake Ronkonkoma on Long Island is cursed by the spirit of Princess Tuscawanta, an Indian princess who took her own life after her father forbade her from being with her blonde-haired British lover. Kutchogi. Kutchogu. Have you ever been to that island, Rachel? You'd be safe because you weren't a young man. What? I never told anyone to leave. You didn't? Ever in your entire life? Whose friends and family were probably all killed? That's a lie, though. They tried to surrender many times before that. Well, I mean, we asked of them unconditional surrender, not they get to dictate the term surrender. So they didn't try to surrender any more than the Israelis have tried to provide the Palestinians their own state. They needed to do without terms and stipulations, all right? And even then, they still got one of their terms and stipulations, and the emperor was allowed to live, you know. Like, I don't like that. I think we should have beaten him to death in the public square. You know, he should have incurred a Mussolini outcome. You would like to get back into reenacting Vietnam or World War II and Civil War. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is, you know. And instead of land battles, reenact either air battles or ocean battles. Hello, Kenneth Bird. I'm oldster. Hot Dog Ninja 69 says, nice beard. Thank you. Thank you, Hot Dog Ninja 69. Why would she want to be with her oppressor? She probably didn't view that boy that she was interested in as her oppressor. She probably said, "What a hunky European!" Woo-hoo-hoo. And she went up to him and said, "You're so funny," and touched his shoulder. And that's how it started, you know. As soon as that happened, he knew he was in like Flynn. Just remember, they can put anybody who wants to tell the truth in a rubber room or in a prison for 9 months. They can't put me in prison for 9 months for no reason, obviously. I want to tell the truth. In fact, I do tell the truth. I tell the truth all the time. Yeah, do you think I need beard oil? Excellent question, Rachel. I received an email that seemed to be it seemed to be legit. I mean, I'm sure it paid very little or some like bullshit bullshit sorry, Chip Broadhead's comment just like threw me for a loop. Just about anything beats talking to my ex. Is that surprising? Um, you did 9 months in 1996 for weed. Kamala Harris locked you up. Well, I don't plan on doing any time in any jail for any reason. So I'm not actually talking to myself with comments. That is just you need to use the word. You need to learn to use words correctly. What I'm doing is talking to other people who are chatting in the chat. Meanwhile, my current wife is also both in the chat and in the master bedroom right there. So he should probably like ask questions about things. I went to prison for 9 months because EMTs lied and said I beat them up. Some people are susceptible to being abused by the system more than other people are susceptible to it. I'm not susceptible to it. J.C. Denton says, what is your opinion of the War of 1812? I don't have an opinion really about the War of 1812, J.C. Denton. I think it's an interesting question because I'm curious why you're interested in my opinion about the War of 1812. I believe it was against the British. It was kind of like some final conflict that re-erupted, 40 years or so after the Revolutionary War. Well, she's not feeling very well today, Chip Broadhead. She often is sitting right here next to me, participating in the live streams, but she got sick later than I did. She's still a little bit sick, feeling under the weather, lying down, you know. She's been sick for the better part of more than a week, really. She does have COVID, you know. But I appreciate your flailing around, I guess. You're making an effort to accomplish something in this dream. I'm not sure if it's a desirable outcome, but whatever outcome you're hoping to accomplish. Nevertheless, you are attempting to do things. Um, State Streaming says today's man can't fight wars like these two. It's all fat boys eating Twinkies with drones. I actually think that they still have plenty of troops on the ground, and it's a very dangerous undertaking. I think that American soldiers are about as badass, tough men as there are in the world, you know? So I don't think the Marines or whatever do any worse of a job of toughening up and preparing for battle American soldiers than they ever did. I think he was saying, like, the place you should shut your mouth is here. I'm assuming that's, it was kind of implied that, like, here and now. I'm not saying you necessarily should listen to him or not or whatever. I'm just saying it seemed pretty obvious that he was suggesting that here and now is where you should shut your mouth. Obviously, you may elect to ignore him, but asking him to name where he should shut your mouth, where you shut your mouth seems a little oblivious on your part. It's obviously here. Yeah, high noon is another fine time. If you choose high noon, of course, you can keep your mouth open from now until noon. Or you could just, do what you want and ignore or rest both. But we just wanted to clarify since you asked. Well, stay streaming. I think you are. I think you're underestimating the might of the American military. Just because people are human and like to have fun on social media, it doesn't mean they aren't perfectly capable of blowing the living shit out of the enemy. Your hand was injured. Please pray for you. Dear God, please help KBFC fans' hands heal as quickly as possible. I'm sorry you hurt your hand. I have a great fear of hand injuries since I play the guitar. Little Willie can't put up. Let's face to face, Ruben. I'm pretty sure, Chip Broadhead, nobody here wants to fight you, okay? What are you, in middle school? Nobody wants you to meet you behind the gym after school, okay? So why don't you try being sane and civilized for a little while? Zach's what he says. I used to play guitar. Morocco tick tock, tick tick Atlantic. Morocco tick tick Atlantic. Welcome to Morocco tick tick Atlantic. Well, thanks. I feel so welcome to Morocco. Squiggles. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm just gonna call you Squiggles. JC says he'll fight you. Hey, apparently he'll fight you. Who's this person again? Who's the dummy? Chip Broadhead. There you go, Chip Broadhead. You got yourself a combatant in JC. So hope you have fun. Thanks, KBC fan. I appreciate it. Stay Streaming wants to know if Dulles is from Virginia. I believe Dulles is from Massachusetts. Massachusetts. That's where Paul Revere once rode down the street exclaiming, "The British are coming." And everyone's like, are they coming by land or by sea? Oliver's like, I forgot to check. Yeah, well, a lot of people said that coming on what, but the people who remembered that they were potentially at risk for a British invasion, they interpreted it as intended. When he returned back, Paul Revere's girlfriend said, "Okay, what you should have said is the British have landed, or the British will soon arrive. Otherwise, you're going to just be saying a sexual innuendo, and everyone's going to tease you." Do I know Francis Scott Key of the bridge in Baltimore? Is that the one that got knocked over by the boat? I am familiar with Francis Scott Key. I'm familiar with bridges. I'm familiar with Baltimore, but I am not familiar with Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, unless it is the one referred to in today's news story. Stay streaming. I am a guinea pig trainer in the leafy suburbs of New England. CIA founder Alan Dulles is my spirit animal. Oh, did Alan Dulles found the CIA? I didn't know that. Uh, if we're going to have a CIA, a Central Intelligence Agency, I would like to have provincial intelligence agencies as well. You know, because it's fine for the center to have intelligence, but the outside parts need to have it too. I believe in decentralized national intelligence services. Yeah. Just like somehow do the equivalent of cryptocurrency, but for intelligence services. Nice hitter, says Danail Warrior. Danail Warrior. I am from the state of California. I live in Mariposa County, right here near Yosemite National Park, our most rock climbingest national park. You know, people often argue, like, what's our best national park or most beautiful, blah, blah, blah. Well, one thing that Yosemite can claim without any doubt is that it is our most rock climbingest uh, national park. I did not know that Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Sean Diddy Combs, had run away from America. I knew that he had been, uh, he had been served a warrant for search and seizure for his properties. I did not know that he had fled the country. Is that a new development? If he did flee the country, in my mind, that's just an admission of guilt. Thank you, Denial. Denial? Denial? Denial, I guess. Yeah, Neil is Neil. So Daneil is Daniil. I guess perhaps once once Chip Broadhead had his combatant, namely JC, he proved not actually interested in other words, his mouth was writing checks his body slash ego couldn't cash. What do you think about Assange then? Julian Assange? I mean, I don't dislike his general notion of making information public as a principle, but I have way more respect for Edward Snowden than for Julian Assange. And I think Julian Assange is probably a sexual predator. People don't typically get tried for rape if they aren't. Noel Santa Monica meet Husky Bridgeport. Boom chicka wow wow. Henry Cormier says, hello, young fella. there is any other person in your house? Yes, my wife is here. She's in the other room. Husky Bridgeport is, I think, now I see it now, but it's it's the friend of oatmeal toppings. I'm oatmeal toppings, and I'm Husky Bridgeport. We're interested in being very sexy, like that. Yes, there is another person in my house. My wife Rachel is here. Will you stop spamming, please? Here is any other person in your house. Here is any other person in your house. How was your day today? TTV Richardson Twins asks. My day today was fine. Uh, I I went to I went to the town where I got my car fixed at the mechanic. We went to the store. We got some groceries. I went to the hardware store. Got some potting soil and pots. In fact, one thing we are going to do on live stream today is we are going to begin the sprouting of some marijuana seeds here that I've got. That one girl says, hello. Oh, yes, we'll be taking bong hits today. I've been taking bong hits, but I actually need to get some more buds from the freezer. I don't like this one strain. It tastes so gross, and the other strain doesn't taste gross and it's better. And it's also a lot more stemmy, but I don't care because I hate this. I don't like this thing. These things, this is very, like, meow tasting. It's stony where it was when we first got it, but it doesn't taste good. These are nasty tasting on that. Yeah, we are going to crack into some seeds today for sure. I got the, like, seedling starting pots at this hardware store today as well. And my plan is to, I got 26 seeds, but I'm not going to grow any more than 6 plants at a time. So, yeah. Could I put Mio in my bone? That's something that people who use a bong to smoke meth sometimes do, is they put Mio in it. It used to exist. It's this stuff you squirt in water to make it flavorful or whatever. And it would make the speed taste less bad, apparently. I've never done it, but I never used a bong for that. So, they do have speed bongs. I just never used one. The Zeno Kid. Hi, I'm new. Hi, I'm old. How are you today? I hope you're well. Thank you for being here. You may or may not find it enjoyable. If you do, you may or may not stick around. And whatever happens is just fine. I don't want to tell you what to do in any way. So, let's go here outside for a second. Oh, it's right. I came in to get a beverage, but while I'm doing this, I might as well get these things. So, let's get a bag of potting soil. And let's just put this back over here. Okay. I moved the potting soil over there, and now let's go to the other side of the car. Here on the other side of the car, we will discover some pots and some little pots. There's also another bag of potting soil in there. I'm going to leave that in there for right now. I'll get it out later. I'll put these over here as well, next to the potting soil. Put this down right there for a second. I would just open this like now. We'll get out just one of these things, which has more little seed starters than I even need. So I only need 6 of them. I could break it like this. All right, now what I want to do is get a knife for this bag here. And no, I ain't gonna need a knife. It's a little too tough a bag to just rip open with my hands. But actually, here's a way to open it. It'll work just fine. I bet you. Yep, that works just fine. So, now that I've got it open, I'm going to take out some of this potting soil, and I'm going to put it into this, like now. All right, there. Now we have some potting soil and some seed makers, some seed sprouters here. Potting soil in each of these seed sprouting squares. And take out some of those little sticks. Now let's go inside the house. Hi, darling.
Hi, handsome. I think it's great that you're doing this.
Thanks, darling. Yeah, I do have a 4-door Countryman Mini Cooper. It's not the cool, fast, sporty kind. 2 doors are rather zippy, to say the least. They're really they got incredibly fast acceleration. At least the one my dad had did. But this one I have not so much. It's a stick shift, but it struggles up hills a little bit, you know. God bless you too, Lion to Lamb. I'll be back to engage with the chat in a little bit. I just want to get this task done here. All right. So we're gonna get this with a little bit of water. Use this squirter here. As per meow, as per meow, as per meow, as per meow, as per meow. Okay, now we've got this water. This dirt nice and wet. Alright, turn that off. Now I'm going to get a plate or two to put this on so it doesn't make a big mess. Put that plate right there. And then we get this. There. Okay, here we go. Now, let me turn on some more lights. Oops, that's fewer lights, not more. All right. Now, You might say to yourself, Eric, are you going to keep track of which seed is which strain? The answer is no, I'm not. This is Gorilla Glue number 4. It's going to use one of these seeds. As per, get this one seed here. Here it is. I'll put it right there. Okay. And then I'm going to put a little bit of dirt on top of it, but not too much dirt on top of it. Okay. Now I'll go hit this with a little bit more water at the end. Now, next we have Northern Lights. This is a fun strain. Let's get one of these seeds. So I'm going to get 2 of these because for one of these kinds of seeds, I need to use 2 of them because I've got 6 spots. Only 5 different kinds of seeds. That one, cover that up. And we're going to get that one, cover it up with some dirt there. It's like meow. Next, we're going to get Jack Herrera. And we'll put one of these seeds. Just one. There we go. These are tiny little seeds. We'll put this right here. Cover it up with some dirt. And we'll get, this is cherry pie, I believe. Okay, I'll put that one here. Cover it up with a little bit of dirt. And then lastly, we get one of these free ones that I got, Super Skunk. And I'll get one of these. There we go. Why is there already a seed now? Is that a seed? I don't know. Well, God damn it. Listen, little seed. Behave yourself, okay? Okay. Now, I've got, I believe, all of the seeds put in. So, the last thing I need to do, oops, this is very fall aparty. I need to put this on a regular plate, actually. Otherwise, it's just going to fall all apart. There we go. Now, get a little bit of a squirter. Get water these seeds. Just like that. Okay, good. Turn that off. And then, last thing we're going to do, I'm going to put it right there. I'm just going to leave that light. I'll put this right here, see? I'm just going to leave that light on until they sprout, and I'll periodically sprinkle it with a little more water. Want to make sure it stays moist. So, in fact, I think what I'll do is this. I'm going to wet a paper towel. And then I'm going to put it over the top of this for now. That should prevent the seeds from drying out, allow me to, they sleep all night long and get up and it's still not too dried out, even though it's under a light. That light's not super hot that distance from it. Okay, we have started our seeds. How wonderful. Now let's take these seeds here and let's put them where they're going to be stored until my next seed planting endeavor. And where exactly is that they're going to be stored? In this little jar here. And I think I will put this little jar in the dresser by my bed, but I can stay here for right now. That's a sensible enough place to put it. It's already got that kind of weed stuff in there, so that's a good decision. All right, let's check out what's going on here in the chat, if anything. I did, in fact, get some new glasses at the store today, so that's kind of fun. I got 2 new pairs of glasses. I particularly love my orange glasses, so when I saw that they'd gotten a new shipment of glasses choices in the supermarket, I was like, hold on, Rachel. We need to stop and look at these glasses choices. Also, I just want to remind everybody that you want to avoid a stroke. Getting screened is simple, painless, non-invasive. Keep your clothes on. That's the wonderful thing about avoiding a stroke, is you get to keep your clothes on. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. Okay. Or maybe that's probably not dorky enough for you two. Maybe that is the problem, Karma's Bump. This is a precision task, very tight tolerances. Gardening requires intense concentration. It does. And I believe that I have done a good job of both putting it under light and warmth while also maintaining its moisture by putting a paper towel over the top of it. It's wet. It doesn't need that much light until it sprouts anyway, and I can pull that off in a couple of days. Bing Ussy says, are you high? Not especially. I'd prefer to be more high. Yes, Current Pimp, I am planting weed. Lou's getting babies in her garden as well, tomatoes and such, seedlings. Well, this answers my questions for the night, lol, says Richard Skine. Well, what does? The planting of my seeds? I repotted 10 baby tomatoes today, and that's just one of several varietals I've got. She hasn't gotten her weed seeds yet, but she did get a message that they've shipped. It's good. INTPs do take their time and move quite slowly, you know. Son Eric was born 3 weeks late. Wow. Did you get it induced or you just waited? Listen, but Karma's Pimp, let's say you need to see if something's hot. What do? You moisten your finger. If we didn't have the word moist, what would we say regarding that? How old are you? Why are you on YouTube? I'm 52. Why I'm on it right this moment or in general? I mean, I started YouTubing 10 years ago. So you could say I'm on YouTube because of inertia, but I just like it a lot. I spend much, if not most of my time in doing some kind of YouTube stuff, mostly streaming. Have I ever had a 72-hour exam? No. Did I get my seeds yet? Yes. And I planted them. 6 of them, anyway. The planting of seeds is what I call sexy time. Yeah. Your own personal Jesus, someone, who's there, someone who cares, reach out and touch the planting of seeds. Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Thomas McInerney. Thomas McInerney. You have any additional questions? Would you like to suss out the additional details regarding these important questions? I'm always happy to answer any such questions. Show media is stressed and sober. Well, maybe go for a jog. Maybe swim a few laps in the local Dead Sea. If you have any Dead Seas near you, it's easier to float on those. Ricardo also has an excellent suggestion. Dominic Bender says, "How did you like my hydrogen comment yesterday?" I don't remember. What did it say? What did it say? I might not have seen it. I'm not sure. Was it a comment or a chat? I don't see a hydrogen comment. Yeah, I don't. It must have been a chat you're referring to, I guess. Unless I already hearted it. Show Media says that he might have a light beer left from months ago. I'm not a big believer that alcohol is a good drug to do when you're stressed and sober. But it will unstress and unsober you for sure. Dulles is taking a ride with his best friend. I hope he doesn't let me down again. More lyrics. Depeche Mode. Huh. So Dominic Bander, hopefully you will provide some clarity regarding this hydrogen comment. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. I don't necessarily remember things that maybe I ought to. There's only so many details from a stream or whatever that I'm likely to remember. All right, let me get a beverage. I need a beverage because my mouth is as dry as the inside of the Sahara Desert's box of sand. which is very dry, obviously. Sand being one of the drier things that one can try to drink, for example. You could try to drink a glass of sand, but it would be very dry. Really bummed I missed out the stream earlier. You had so much to contribute. It was not too late, Richard Skine. Please share with us your paranormal story. Just because that's not the title of this video doesn't mean you can't talk about it or I can't be interested in it. We're not super topic faithful around here, you know? Oh, I mean, a guinea pig Civil War reenactment would cheer up anybody. I mean, a guinea pig Civil War reenactment might solve the conflict between the Israelis and Palestinians. That's how good of an idea it is. Israel or Palestine? Mideast guinea pig Civil War reenactment. That's my choice. Instead of either Israel or Palestine, I choose Middle East guinea pig Civil War reenactment. If we can get the Palestinians and the Israelis working together to gather guinea pigs and train them to participate in a Civil War reenactment, then I think finally the Muslims and the Jews can come together again as ice holes. Because really, weren't the Palestinians and the Israelis just two halves of the same iceberg that broke apart a long time ago? And isn't their pain, their anger, their violence, their suffering, isn't it all really just a yearning to reunite with their ice hole? Yes, it is. Thank you for joining us today on Ice Hole. The mysticism of your other half. I'm Eric. My ice hole is Rachel. She's in the other room. She's not feeling well today, but together we're going to lead you and other people. We're going to bring you together because you're soulmates, and we're going to make you have sex. That's what we do here at Ice Hole Cult. Don't worry, just with each other, not with me or Rachel. It's a breeding program. It's like you breed with you, and then you breed with him, and then we're going to make super soldiers that way. That's how you make super soldiers. You got to selectively breed humans until they evolve into super soldiers. The only way to do it. Any more news about the Baltimore Bridge incident? Not that I know of. But I'm not a big bridge news knower. I try to avoid the news because it's depressing usually. I mentioned before, I got a bunch of supplies to grow some, but never did. You don't even need any supplies. Like all I got was a bag of soil, a few pots, and one of those little seed starter things, you know. I mean, I have videos on the channel about previous weed harvests I've done. There's some videos on the channel about like how to manicure weed that I harvested, and just video of me manicuring it and talking about it and stuff. So I haven't done any video on planting seeds, but the fact is about growing marijuana is that it's very easy. The people who fail to grow marijuana successfully make it much more complicated than it needs to be. It's one of the easiest plants you could possibly grow. You just do what I just did. You just put a seed in some dirt and you sprout them, right? Once it's sprouted, you just put it in a pot with dirt and put it outside and water it periodically. And it's not a fussy plant, you know. People do all this crazy shit with like lights and growing medium instead of soil and irrigation systems and stuff. I mean, if you just put the fucking thing in a pot and stick it outside, it'll do great. You don't gotta worry about it. Now I do understand indoor grows in places where it's illegal to grow. Well, what you okay? There is that element about growing weed. So if you uh, if you grow it in uh, if you grow it in a pot, then you can decide when to make it bud, right? So I'm planting mine now at the beginning of the growing season. I'm in California, and uh, as the days get longer, then the weed will continue growing in vegetative state, right? Once it gets to a certain size, if it's in a small enough pot that I can move it around, then it's easy enough to start it budding early. So let's say in July I decide, hey, this is tall enough, maybe even late June. If it grows all of April, May, June, 3 months of vegetative, that's probably going to be sufficient for it to be adequate size for me to want to bud it at that point. So beginning of July, I start instead of instead of leaving it out just all day, all night, I bring it in like 4 or 5 in the afternoon into the garage and possibly get some clean empty trash cans to. If it's not dark enough in the garage, I could make it darker in the garage by doing a better job of covering these windows here, which are not currently really covered. But if I did that, then I could just stick it in the garage at that time and just let it be in the darkness for the rest of the daytime until it's actually dark outside. Then I could always put them back outside at that point if I want and forget about it until the next afternoon. You do have to move it in consistently. Uh, I use black contractor bags. That'd work too. Uh, so if I were to just do a good job of covering up these um, windows, I wouldn't even need to cover the plants. Just put them in the garage. But anyway, you have to be diligent about that consistently until you're ready to harvest. You gotta keep moving it in, or at least until the actual amount of daylight hours starts to equal about 12, 12. Then you can forget about moving them in and out towards the end of that budding cycle. But by doing that, I'll be able to get two harvests. I'll get the early harvest of the ones that are in easily moved pots. Then I'll get the late harvest of the ones that are on the ground. The original had her very own herd of guinea pigs. You could harvest their manure and use it to fertilize the weed. Also, removing any accidental tourist weeds that don't say hi. Yeah, I plan to fertilize the ones in the ground by buying a couple or few uh, dead fish. I'll dig wait for it to be. I'll probably put it in a pot first. Like, I mean, the ones on the ground typically grow quite large. Uh, the one that I grew in Temple City, I got well over a pound out of it with manicured weed. I don't remember exactly how much I got, but unfortunately, that particular harvest that I'm talking about, which is also the harvest that there's videos about, um, all the air horn ASMR. That's like history's worst YouTube concept. Those ones that I harvested before in Triple City, they actually got little caterpillar things in them, little worms, and it made the weed. Once I cut the weed down, and like the branches hung them upside down. Then all these little worms, as the weed started to dry out, came out of the buds and tried to run away to the ground. Uh, anyway, it was still very, most of it was very salvageable. Some of it that had been really chewed up by the worms, it was just like it was ruined. But the vast majority of it was fine. It was like, oh, it's got little worms in it. Fortunately, as it dried out, the worms extracted themselves from the weed, right? They didn't want to stay in it any longer. I hope that does not happen this time. I don't expect it will, because this environment is much less conducive to pests and stuff. It's like it's not a flat land area, so and it's not a particularly farmed slash mowed lawns kind of area. Oh, you sent me some lists of guinea pig videos. Cool. I really enjoyed that guinea pig video I watched before. It's certainly conceivable that if you smoke those little worms, they would get you high, but I probably smoked a few of them, I thought, what, like, are these little worms? I did think about that, but obviously now that I think about it in the moment, I realize, no, they weren't getting high because it needs heat to activate the THC, Anyhow, I grew also in LA with Rachel. I grew in Laverne with Kimberly. Yeah, it was wormweed. Gratuitous guinea pig videos. Exactly. Thanks, Farm Bill 2018. I'm not familiar with Farm Bill 2018. But, you could call this certainly an agricultural community, although not exactly our neighborhood, but it's not really a farming community. It's much more of a livestock community. Driving into town today, we passed multiple properties with cows, sheep, and goats on them, and chickens and stuff. Not to mention passing a big do people smoke that? Richard's getting this THCA bud under 0.03% Delta 9. Do people smoke it? If so, why? Does it get them high? When I was in Hawaii with Rachel, the only legal weed they had was like CBD weed. And we got some and it didn't even get us high. We had to get street weed to get high. THCA is inactive Delta 9. Well, why would anybody buy it at all if it doesn't get you high? So you just want to inhale smoke with no drugs in it? I mean, what's the point of that? Even tobacco at least has nicotine in it. Oh, so the THCA Delta 9 is activated with heat, but does it get you high, is the question. Because if they make that legal in states where weed isn't legal, then it probably doesn't get you high. It would be my guess. But I'm no expert on weed substitutes in non-legal states. Oh, well, Richard Skine says it does get you high. All right, well, good for that then. I wonder if it would get me higher than this current weed I'm smoking, which does not get me very high. I think we should do all sorts of things with guinea pigs. I think we're probably underutilizing a species of creature that could move our level of civilization forward by hundreds or thousands of years. Sometimes I watch little animal videos and they just make me laugh. Like, there's this video I saw, somebody, I think in like China or something uploaded it, but it had English words on it. No spoken language, but just English written words to just sort of kind of explain what was going on. But anyway, it was a video of this chicken, this mother chicken, who walked away from her chicks for a minute, and then this cat came and sat around the little chicks, and felt it was clearly alarmed that the mother wasn't there, and kept trying to like push the chicks back into the pile until the mother chicken came back. Anyway, I just laughed and laughed at that video. I don't know why it made me laugh so much. The cat trying to like do the chicken's job and seeming to be very distressed that the mother wasn't caring about the chicks enough. With enough guinea pigs, one can move mountains. I'm sure that's true. I've had guinea pigs before. I don't think we would want to do that. Uh, you know, it probably gets too cold up here for guinea pigs to live just outside all year. So we'd have to set up like a guinea pig coop in the shed or something. I don't think that I'm going to get guinea pigs again. However, watching that video does make me remember how silly and fun guinea pigs were. With their weet, 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 weet. I used to go collect them dandelions when like it would rain in LA or something, and a bunch of dandelions would pop up on some lot someplace. I'd just go and collect a whole bunch of dandelions. They loved that more than anything else in the world. They wanted to eat dandelions. Yeah, the cat took care of those baby chickens. It didn't seem to want to eat them at all. It seemed distressed on their behalf that their mother wasn't there, which I thought was kind of nice of the cat. I know Trouble wouldn't do that. Trouble would kill them all. Just slaughter them. Capilla would too. Just be like, all of these babies need to die. Hey, it's Noble Scrolling Traveler. You're noble, you're scrolling, you're traveling, everything you've always wanted to be and do. That's what you're doing right now. And I want to congratulate you for fulfilling your dreams. You know, they say, keep your feet on the ground, but keep reaching for the stars. That's what Noble Scrolling Traveler is. That's Scrolling Traveler. And you know what? He finally grabbed one. And now he has it in his hand. And he's like, wow, all that effort paid off. Someone's going to give me the Nobel Prize in Perseverance. All right, so this weed is less gross than the other weed. Let's smoke some of this. Yeah, I am doing well today. We got a fair number of tasks done that we need to get done. I still haven't solved the reflective sign at the other house problem. I didn't call the plumber today, but I'll call him tomorrow. I didn't resolve our house sitting need, but I'll do that tomorrow. And yeah, that's about it. I also really enjoyed the video that Acacia suggested we watch when she was here, in which an octopus solved this maze to get to some shrimps. They're dead shrimp, like raw peeled shrimps that it could eat right away, not living shrimps. Satan is back. I'm glad you're back, Satan. Without you, it was just nothing but hosannas, angels, fluffy white clouds. I need a little bit of excitement in the mix here, and in the celestial mix. And you've always been, you know, sure, maybe a little bit evil, but nobody could accuse you of not being fun. Sean69 says gay. Well, Sean, you're right. I am as gay as a May Day parade filled with not a double, not a triple, but a quadruple rainbow for the entire duration of the May Day parade. And, of course, also featuring plenty of piñatas filled with piping hot flan, sometimes called Mexico's gayest dessert. That's how gay it is around here. My wife and I comprise a gay couple. We love doing gay stuff. You know, antiquing, berry picking, the whole 9 yards. Did I see your message? I watched the same video, Underwater Maze. They are so smart. That was the message of that guy, was that octopuses are super smart. Octopi. And I would agree that it successfully navigated the maze. But I'm wondering if perhaps we're stretching the meaning of the word smart a little bit. Hey, where am I from? I'm from California, right near Yosemite National Park. A place which you could call America's premier rock climbing destination. Yeah, if anybody needs a piping hot pinata, I am working on launching my business, Pepe's Piping Hot Pinatas. I'm hoping it's going to be a big success. I'm hoping to go public one day. I just have to figure out how to reduce the number of second and third degree burns people get. Wasps is a fun word because when you say it, it's like, it is like, no, I don't live in Joshua Tree. I live near Yosemite National Park here in California. You're saying Joshua Tree is a better place to climb rocks? Well, perhaps, but it's a less famous place to climb rocks. I'm not a rock climber, so I don't give a fuck. But I would say that that's one thing that Yosemite has going for it against other national parks, is that probably Yosemite is more of a destination for rock climbers than any other national park. What I don't like to say though, Satan, I don't necessarily hate wasps, but I don't like to say wasps' nests. So that's why when I refer to a wasp's nest, is that really what the news says, Bruno? The P. Diddy was? That seems very unlikely. Instead of saying wasps' nests, I say waspitoriums. Achaemenid. Achaemenid. Achaemenid says, what do I think about Iranians? I think they're people who live in Iran. Obviously Iran and the U.S. have conflict periodically, but that does not at all impact my opinion about Iranian people. What type of magical mushroom did I take? I will look at what it was called. It has a name on the bag. Chose. CHO''S. Phew! I saw Caroline. I'm assuming you sent them to my email. I will watch those later. Okay. And I ran so far away. Oh, do you think he's gonna end up like Epstein because he has dirt on other celebrities or something? I'm pretty sure, like, the reason Epstein ended up like Epstein was because he had information that could take down very powerful rich people who somehow managed to engineer his quote unquote suicide, you know. So Brandon, you're saying like Epstein he has information on other celebrities? Hmm. He was accused of sex trafficking. Satan is saying something in Russian. I don't know what it means, but I'm going to guess it means, should I chase this vodka with a pickle? I will reply by saying, that's what you Russians do. Chodes. How many chodes are you talking about, Acacia? Uh, yeah, well, Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Diddy Daddy Combs uh, is not an artist, never was just, according to Rachel, Notorious B.I.G.'s friend. I assume Rachel knows what she's talking about regarding that. So, and to be honest, Notorious B.I.G. wasn't really that notorious. He was just neutrally known B.I.G. He was known for some good things, some bad things. He would hardly qualify as notorious. The kind of chodes that are grundles. Right. Yeah. Well, my grundle was a chode until I learned that it was called a grundle. Greetings, everyone. Just got back from my daughter's science fair. In her science fair project, she proved how her soulmate was named, what is it, like Toby Bobinyab? Is that the name? Oh, it's called Chose, CHO''S. Toby Bobinyab, right? Toby Bobinyab. That's a great science fair project. She was able to prove scientifically that indeed I do have the power to mystically channel people's soulmates. And I think she deserves the Nobel Prize for that. Of course, Sean had to pretty much make the poster himself, you know. He was notoriously big. Is that why he was called Notorious B.I.G.? I assumed he was B.I.G. and that he was notorious. I didn't realize that the notorious modified big. Maybe the B.I.G. stands for something like uh, Bertrand ignores girls. Puffy ain't going back to Cali, Cali. He isn't. Is he gonna flee the country, you think? Go to some country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the US or whatever? He's big and notorious and for it. Did he die of gunshot wounds? Seems to me he might have died of gunshot wounds. Eric, what is a sociopath like? I mean, it's somebody who doesn't feel empathy, guilt, conscience. Apparently, that's what it is. I'm no expert on sociopaths. Yes, bullets were responsible for his death. So I've got, how many bullets was Notorious B.I.G. shot with? This is, should I chase a pickle in Russian? Not should you chase a pickle. Should you chase a shot of vodka with a pickle? What is your opinion on the Beatles being the greatest band of all time? I agree with that. Certainly, they have more timeless songs than any other band. But that doesn't mean they're my favorite thing to listen to at any given moment, right? But no, I didn't like the Beatles solo stuff. I have come to know a couple of solo songs that I've come to like particularly "Too Many People" by Paul McCartney is a good song. You've been diagnosed with ASPD, antisocial personality disorder. As far as the doctors are concerned, I'm a sociopath. Mm. But antisocial personality disorder means you not just have to be sociopathic, but also actively harmful. The No No song by Ringo. I'm not familiar with that one. Well, Sean, if you combine your ASPD with ADHD, then you can really up the energy level of your antisocial personality disorder. Instead of just quietly being ISTP, you got antisocial personality disorder. If you get ADHD, which you can catch from mosquitoes, um, you can be way more hyper about being a dick. Your ADHD is your superpower because it helps you to fail to complete tasks. My superpower is failing to complete tasks. Sashu. Hello, it's your boy. It's my boy Sashu. What's going on, Sashu? Zach Martin. Lie. 412 Vibe says 100 Trump 2024, 100, 100. Trump 24, 100, 100. Trump 2024, 100. All right, so that equals 600s. That means Trump gets a 600% on 412's Vibes test. No, I've learned how to channel my hyperfocus. I don't believe that ADHD helps you do hyperfocus usually. You have to, you can only focus well on things that you naturally, natively are enthusiastic about. ADHD is fundamentally a motivational disorder, right? You just don't feel motivated enough to do various things that you expect yourself or expected by others to do. Traveling Wilburys were fine. Brando says, I'm just out of the hospital. I ate 4 cans of cat food as I identify as a cat. Oh no, my stomach's fine. I just hurt my neck trying to lick my ass. Fair enough, Breno. Fair enough. Hopefully the hospital fitted you with an e-collar to prevent you from re-injuring yourself. Guess the psychopath. House party. That's a channel. Guess the psychopath house party. It does have a great name.
Do you like some ramen?
No, thank you. Pep Buff. I want to tell you something though. I may see a lot of things, but I do not see you pee. Okay. Fortunately, both because you have sufficient discretion to pee in the bathroom and because I live nowhere near you. So I can assure you that I do not see you pee. Tom Petty, I think Tom Petty's he's got some pretty great stuff. Like You know, Free Falling is great. Last Dance of Mary Jane, great. I'd say Tom Petty is better than any of the Beatles solo stuff. You know, he wrote some pretty great songs. He wrote some pretty great lyrics too. Bruno is a little bit drunk. Well, you know what I recommend you do, Bruno? I recommend you have a nice tall glass of water. Okay? Nice tall glass of water, eat some food, uh, have some coffee, go like this, osh, like the Japanese do. You're So Bad by Tom Petty. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that song, but I'm not so bad, Tom Petty, so stop accusing me of being so bad. It's at its glory depends, but yes, I do burn out because I got 150% effort for extended periods of time and then get no more feel goods from it. American Girl, yeah, that's a good song. I mean, it's possible for me to get effort for extended period of time if I'm at the right spot in a bottle of Adderall, you know. But if I'm not, then I may catch a fire about some project and stick with it for a stretch of time. But it's just generally I want everything to be super fun, and a lot of things aren't super fun. Dealing with your mom last night, not super fun. It's Lori says, my condolences. I'm sure they were indeed a goofy baloofy. Eleanor Rigby on guitar. I could probably play that song. Hi, Hillbilly Creativity. Welcome back. I'm so pleased to see you. Let's see what it looks like. It's easy enough. All right, let's give it a whirl. By request, Eleanor Rigby. A song by famous rock and roll band The Beatles. Three one, huh? One two. What is a 1-2 thing? I don't understand what that means even. Okay. Anyway, E minor 6 is this. I need to tune this because I remember hearing it be a little out of tune earlier. There's your problem. Okay. Fine. All done then. E minor 6. Okay, well. Here we go. Eleanor Rigby. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby. Picks up the rice in a church where the wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window, wearing a face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? Father Mackenzie, writing the words of a sermon that no one will hear. No one comes near. Look at him working, darning his socks in the night when there's nobody there. What does he care? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? That song's kind of boring to play, actually. Not my favorite Beatles song to play. There are other Beatles songs that I prefer to play. Wouldn't I playing like I'm Looking Through You? I mean, not I'm Looking Through You. Yeah, I'm Looking Through You. That sounds like a fun song to try to play. Whenever I think about this song, it makes me think of my friend Corey. Because there was a moment when I realized this song was obviously written by me to him. I didn't want it to be, but it was anyway. This one looks kind of like a hard song. So, what's that GB thing? It's just this. Yeah, it's just that. Okay. This is going to be a difficult song to play because, you know, but it shouldn't be. It's just, I'm looking through you. Where did you go? I thought I knew you. What did I know? You don't look different, but you have changed. I'm looking through you. You're not the same. Your lips are moving. I cannot hear. Your voice is soothing, but the words aren't clear. You don't sound different. I learned the game. I'm looking through you. You're not the same. Why tell me? Let's see what this part goes. Why tell me why did you not treat me right? Love has a nasty habit of disappearing overnight. You're thinking of me the same old way. You were above me, but not today. The only difference is you're down there. I'm looking through you. Where are you? Where? That's kind of a fun song. I bet if I practiced that song, that'd be a lot of fun to play. I don't feel like practicing it right now, obviously, but that's a well written song for sure. I appreciate the work they've done there, compositionally with that song. JJ loves the song. Glad to hear it. The past recedes. Do Lagrange by ZZ Top. I don't know that song. Won't Back Down by Tom Petty. That'd be a fun song to play, actually. Let me see. Of course, I have to leave this over here. Okay, this looks easy enough to play. That's for sure. So, let's give it a shot. Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. No, I stand my ground. Won't be turned around. And I keep this world from dragging me down. Gonna stand my ground. And I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. Well, I know what's right. I got just one life. In a world that keeps on pushing me around, but I stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. It's a very simple song, really. The chorus is a little weird, like. I got weird rhythm to it, you know. I don't quite know how to play it, but pretty cool song. I like it. I like Tom Petty's version of it, obviously, a lot more than I like playing it. Because however he plays it is how it should be played. However I was playing it is not. More LSD, says Jack Black. I don't have any LSD, let alone more LSD. Drugs are a terrible thing, says Mad Mike. Cam Ritzman says, great voice, NGL. Thank you. Ever had any premonitions that were accurate, or just a gut feeling, or was like an internal monologue? One time when my friend Chris Moore and I had gone to like the, it wasn't CVS, but it was someplace like that before there was CVS. We had gone there after middle school to steal something in a brief shoplifting phase. But I just sort of intuited that not today, we were going to get busted. So I just kind of walked around and like, no, I don't think so. He took something. He got busted. His dad got called. He got in trouble. I didn't take anything because I just intuited that it was a bad idea that day. And I got to go home without getting in trouble, you know? Might have been at Thrifty's. I don't remember exactly what pharmacy kind of place it was, but it might have been a Rite Aid or something. It was back in probably 84, 85, so I'm not sure what pharmacy type things there were. The thrifties did exist then. It might have been that. So I didn't. Oh, Rite Aid used to be thrifty. Okay. I wasn't super pleased with playing really either of those songs. I'm not familiar with them, and they weren't super easy or fun to play. So maybe I'm gonna play one more song that's more fun to play. I think I'm gonna play actually another cover though. I'll play White Boy by Merle Haggard. I'm gonna play that in a bit. And that'll play a lot better as a cover than those things I was unfamiliar with. I'm gonna get the taste of mediocrity out of my mouth, hopefully. Well, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and kicking cans, but it won't do an ounce good to call me names. My daddy wasn't where they would go. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part, anything they give, and I'm proud and right and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that can fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. That's better. Thanks, organization music. Absolutely. Suggest something to be less dorky. I would like to know. Yes, the Benadryl is right here in this small bottle next to the bigger bottle.
Thank you.
Yes, but I did not write that song. That song was by Merle Haggard. I'll play one more song here. Play an original. Let me play, I think, I could play, I'm gonna play Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. That sounds nice. All right, let's see. Wonderful, wonderful kitty. having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! There. That's enough guitar. I like that song. Whenever I'm feeling like sick of my own music, sick of my own songs, which, you know, I do rather often. I don't have really. I have other good songs that I would like to know how to play, but I haven't figured them out. I have a new song in the works, but I haven't finished it, etc. So I'm kind of. And initially, it was on purpose to focus on putting together an existing set of material that I could play that's fairly polished. I still don't even have that memorized or anything, but um, so in that regard, I don't exactly mind that I've been focused on just sort of working the same repertoire of songs for quite some time now. But I do feel as though I'd like to possibility one learn. I think of at least 3 songs I'd like to learn to play on the guitar that are songs of mine that I don't know how to play. So I could learn those, like Francis Gathered Up Her Lover. Which I played on the live stream the other day, and I really actually like that song a lot, but I just don't like the recording of it. The vocals on the recording that I have are poor. I need to remember how to play it, learn how to play it, and write it down. Another such song would be Just a Day, which I think should be pretty straightforward to learn how to play if I wanted to. If I arranged it into a shorter song, I think it would be worth playing. Not maybe one of my best songs, but not terrible. Thank you, Omega Charles. I appreciate it. I love you too. I'm not doing any backflips. You could pay me $1 zillion, I would be unable to do a backflip. I want to learn to play that song, Francis. I want to learn how to play Just a Day. That would be the easiest one to learn. I want to learn how to play Angeline. Not sure how difficult that would be. I'd like to maybe shift the key of it down a bit. It's a little high pitched. No, thank you. You hate yourself? Well, I got new glasses today at the supermarket. They had a new shipment of glasses choices after there was just like nothing really. There were like 3 glasses that weren't even the right magnification. So I got those orange ones. There weren't a lot of choices. But they got a new shipment of them today. And so I got 2 new pairs of glasses. I got this one and another pair of glasses inside because I couldn't decide which pair I wanted. So I got them both. Figured I'll sit on one of them, break them soon enough anyway. I have the orange ones still. I still have the orange ones. In fact, I had them on earlier in the stream because I had those ones in my pocket and these ones were inside. So I'd like to play Angeline. I'd like to transcribe it down a whole step or so. It's too high pitched for me to sing, and ideally get Rachel to sing me with it, sing on it with me, sing me with it. Uh, I don't. That's the thing. I don't want to injure myself. I could get a serious injury attempting a backflip, so I'm not going to do that for. I mean, I guess if it's $1 million, if I could put down some like landing things to land on and stuff, maybe I would try it, but I wouldn't want to. Uh, I don't think I could really get it to sound right playing it live without maybe something else going on there, but I wouldn't mind seeing if it could be played uh, nefarious plans all about, nefarious plans all about uh that's a really good chorus. That chorus is fantastic, really, but I'm not sure the rest of the song is super great exactly, but chorus is great. Nefarious plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of everything theory, but that's about all that you can say. Nefarious plans all about, various plans underway. Wary of every doubt but scary, but that's about all you can say. That song has got a great chorus to it. I'm not sure I could pull that one off as a play it live song or not. I could rework that song a bit, see if I could polish it up into some sort of ideal form. I don't think it currently is in that exactly. But when you have a really hooky chorus like that, it's generally a good idea to try to manifest it into something, uh, that meows. Yeah, well, thanks, Winston's mom, for all the links. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Lou, for reminding me to thank Winston's mom for all the links. I appreciate that as well. So there's that kind of thing I could do, which is do a little bit of old song mining, try to learn those and play those, see which one play really well, which one don't. Uh, yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a lot of motivation about streaming in general because of all this stuff. Braden says, "What's this? What's this? There's magic in the air. What's this? It's Eric's live stream here. What's this? It's talking with famous people, and you are sitting there." There's meow 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 meow. There's meow 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 meow. The sound of long and bed is absolutely everywhere. The smell of cakes and pies is absolutely everywhere. That's what it should have said. I didn't remember the lyrics at that moment. I have the official sheet music book for Nightmare Before Christmas. I used to play those songs fairly often. I not that long ago played, and I do like to play. I think it's an amazing song from that movie, Sally's Lament. It seems there's something in the air. I feel like on this enthusiastic crowd. Ma 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 ma. Are you sure about that, Braden? Can you double check? Because as far as I know, it's either good for your lungs or neutral. Am I wrong about that? Double check for me, because I'm pretty sure you're not right about that. I've never heard anything of the sort. Have you ever seen any guitarists from Candy Rat, like Andy McKee? No, I don't know who that is. Never heard of Candy Rat. Anyway, Braden's claiming something I've never even heard any mention of before. That was it's not good for my lungs. Smoking cigarettes, you mean? Are you sure? I've never heard anything about this before. Nobody that I know who's smoked has ever had any problems. I'm pretty sure it's good for you, or at least not bad for you. Spoonman says, well, what's your favorite band? My favorite band is, I don't really have a favorite band, but the band that they currently sort of respect the most slash want to pimp to others is Johnny, Jawny. He's a guy, not exactly a band, but we saw him live and he played with the bassist and the drummer. Fair enough to call him a band. And Spoonman, that's what I thought. Spoonman agrees with me. Braden, have you double checked? Because Spoonman is knowing what I think I know as well, which is that it's good for you. It's not good for you? What am I on? I mean, cigarettes? Do you think maybe they're confusing me or something? What are you on about? Oh, about this shocking claim he made. It just makes no sense at all. I mean, a complete diet for your lungs includes a certain amount of shorts, right? I mean, a certain amount of smoke. I'm on life support. Can I get a shout out? Damian Ferguson, you don't have to be on life support to get a shout out from me. Okay. Dentists say smoking whitens your teeth. Doctors say it prevents cardiovascular problems. I don't know where you're getting your information, dude. I'm pretty sure it's like breathing straight oxygen that you're thinking about. That can really do a lot of damage because your lungs are supposed to have an exact percentage of smoke to oxygen to be fully functional, you know. Elijah Young, I would recommend against it. I would. You are not lying about life support. I didn't say you were lying. I said you don't have to be on life support to get a shout out from me. And you don't. I hope you pull through. I wish you all the best. Should I be flattered that you chose my stream? Like, I'm on life support. I may not make it much longer. Eric, this guy. Never been there before, but this guy I can tell right now, here, he is the guy for me. Elijah Young says Damien is lying. But Damien said he is not lying in all caps. Elijah Young, you can't lie in all caps. God will strike you down if you lie in all caps. Wait a second. Maybe that's why he's on life support. Spoonman smokes poop and prays for Damien. Meanwhile, Elijah accuses Damien of lying. You have a bad case of Sugma? You mean Sugma dick? Okay, you're playing right now. You really think smoking is good for you? Do I look like I'm playing? Where do you get your health news from? Like People magazine or something? I'm talking about what the medical journals say. You know, consensus, broad, widespread, general agreement among scientists, medical professionals, smoking is good for you. So, you explained your crazy position to me, not the other way around. All right, the Surgeon General warns you, like, be sure to smoke enough of these or else you could have problems. You could have birth defects, even if you're already born. So that's why I smoke to prevent birth defects. Look it up on Google. What is this place? Google? What is that? Is it like, is it just a word you made up, like schmoogle boogle or something? Yeah. I obviously I use Yahoo search engine to look things up on the internet. Is that what you're talking about? Yahoo? I've never heard of this Google. He's just freaking just pulling shit out of your ass, dude. There's no such thing. I'll tell you who's apparently sick is Mr. Makeup Lies here, Braden, pretending that he's probably playing one of those times, like different dimensions, like the man from Torin he's playing right now, trying to convince us he's from another timeline where things are different or something. But Jonel, looking it up on the internet in general is for peasants. Have your butler Jeeves print out the entire internet and then look it up in bound books. Did I vote for Jimmy Carter? I was not old enough to vote when Jimmy Carter was running for president. I was like, what, 7 years old or something? I mean, at least Yahoo's a search engine. I have no idea what this Google you're talking about is. You're just making shit up. What are you still using? Netscape? Are you still using Alta Vista? I've never even heard of this. Is this some sort of super old search engine that people stopped using a super long time ago, or what? Google, or whatever it's called. That's a good idea. Have your butler MapQuest. You should always have him use MapQuest. Have I ever grown weed? Many times. Did I vote for Al Gore? I think I did actually vote for Al Gore, yeah. I voted for Al Gore and I asked Jeeves. A clever reference there. So yeah, if I do look something up, obviously it's Yahoo or Alta Vista. Or use real search engines. Do I grow mushrooms? No, I don't know how to grow mushrooms. I don't want to hassle with it or anything. I do have mushrooms, but I didn't grow them. Also, mushrooms are super gross. They're gross enough dried from the store, you know. Okay, kitty, okay. Meow. Meow. So anyway, I guess Braden's done trolling with his counterfactual nonsense. So. I don't know who he thinks he's trying to fool around here. We're informed people. We know what's going on. Why don't I just search on if you're just gonna make up words, Braden? You're not fooling anybody. You like the taste of magic mushrooms, but you don't like the taste of normal mushrooms? Is that weird? Liking the taste of magic mushrooms is definitely very weird because they're absolutely disgusting. I mean, maybe there was a time a long time ago before I'd eaten a bunch of mushrooms in my life that I thought, oh, yeah, this isn't so bad. I can just eat this. I've got like that. Recently got alcohol poisoning from tequila thing going on with mushrooms now. If I even smell them, I'm just like, girl. I have to go through this whole mutiny mad just to consume them adequately. Would I get the Neuralink? Absolutely not. I respect my body enough to not want to do any kind of elective surgery. Certainly not putting things into my head. All right, temporal teleporter makes a good point here. I'm 52, in good health, and smoke cigarettes. The facts speak for themselves. Obviously, they've kept me healthy this long. I'm pretty sure that that's what's keeping the doctor away, since I'm not eating any apples. If I were eating apples, I'd conclude that perhaps the apples were keeping the doctor away, but I eat zero apples. Who uses Yahoo? People who live in the data selling scam. We feast on it. We were born in it, molded by it. We have the chocolate water. Yeah, Yahoo is the future of the internet. It went AOL, Netscape, Alta Vista, Yahoo. Things went pear-shaped with my mom in surgery today. Well, the recovery from surgery, actually. I'm feeling grateful for this comfortable, more or less, space to distract me. Heart you too, Lou. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. I hope she is okay. Last time I took mushrooms, I took a tab of acid too and tripped absolute sack. I quit psychedelics after it. I just finished watching all the Harry Potters and the imagery was still in my head. Well, I one time took a bunch of mescaline and I was having a super horrible kind of, not horrible, but just uncomfortable mushroom trip. And in order to make myself less just like gacky and awful, I said, okay, I gotta take some mushrooms too. And in fact, they did make me less gacky and awful. But the combination of the two made the whole world melt, you know? Everything was melting all around. I was like, okay, this is the hardest I've tripped in a while. I was live streaming during it. I tried to meow the ma and meow the ma. You still use my AOL. I like it. Yeah, I still use my dial-up modem too. You know, I like the sound of. I would like to take different drugs, but I'm not sure about acid. If it were, well, I would take it probably. I would take a tab of acid as long as I had benzos around in case I started tripping too hard. You know, because benzos are trip killers. I'm not sure how well they work on acid, but they work like bam on mushrooms. It's crazy. I didn't know they were trip killers, and one time I'd taken some mushrooms. I'm like, let's add a little Klonopin to this party, and it just killed the trip entirely. Yeah, acid lasts probably way too long, but if you got benzos on hand, you can kind of kill that trip. Did the world look like a Salvador Dali painting? Not exactly. It's just like everything. I couldn't look at anything because it was just all just like dripping itself all over the place, you know. And I was trying to ground myself like I said, live streaming. I was saying, okay, I'm sitting here. This is that thing. This is that thing. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna proceed forward. Just trying to like, it's okay, Eric. You're fine. But I actually had a more like lost it kind of trip. One time I ate half an ounce of mushrooms on a clean head with having had a super long day and being on a fair amount of Vyvanse as well. And on that occasion, which was also live stream, I I really wasn't able to. I was just I kept going in circles and I couldn't figure out what was going on. Eventually, I took Cavaclon and it's fine. Jason Elder. The answer is no, but I prefer if you be a little less crass in your engagements. Maybe I didn't need to time you out for a full 5 minutes, but who opens with that, you know? Here's a good icebreaker. You ever raw dog the chick in the butt before, Eric? No, I haven't actually, and I haven't any kind of dog to chick in the butt because that's where poop comes out of. It's unhygienic. Yeah, his typings are consistently insane. I agree with you, Isaiah Rude. I don't like talking with trees anymore. All they do is bark orders at me, like they're a branch manager. Now I leave them alone, which fixes the root of the problem. A lot of tree puns. That's a lot of tree puns. If you want to eat some tree puns, you should hang out with me. I'm always eating tree puns inside the tree. Simple Girl is here. I didn't. Oh, there she is. I see. Simple Girl 357 is here as well. And you know what? The truth is, recently, Simple Girl 357 became a simple woman. That's right. After, multiple kids, etc., she finally woke up one day and said, "Today I am a woman." And everybody agreed with her. I don't mind, a quick chat, maybe a greeting like, "Hey there, how you doing, tree?" But I've noticed that they make me carry. They're the ultimate polar. I really have to carry the whole conversation, more than any polar. So I do notice that when I'm on mushrooms and I look at the trees, they have an odd kind of geometric meow to them. No, you may not. Day streaming. Oh, you don't have any kids. So, despite not having any kids, she woke up one day and said, "Today, I am a woman." What made her declare herself finally a woman? It was just recently that this happened. Well, she finally started menstruating. She started menstruating rather late. Well past her 20s, she started menstruating. And she didn't know what was going on. She thought maybe somebody had stabbed her in her uterus. But how do you get initiated? There's no initiation, all right? Stay streaming. It's just, I generally don't make mods. I don't want new mods. I'm fine with my old mods. They're kind of grandfathered in. But they all got to be mods back in a time when there was just always exactly the same people around here, no new faces, and they just wanted to share links and stuff. Now things are more complicated, you know? And the biggest problem with making anyone a mod is that then somebody else will surely say, hey, I don't care how long you've been subscribed to me, stay streaming. I've never seen you until recently. You see, Ricardo says, can I be a mod? Can I be a mod? No, none of you can be a mod. I'm Gen X2, symbol girl 357. I also hit puberty really late. I just hit it about 5 years ago. It's when I first started growing facial hair, about 46, 47. And I first started noticing girls. It's like, wait a second, some of these guys are different than the other guys. Some of these guys have boobs and stuff. What's going on here? Your self-esteem's taking a hit? Why? TT. Yeah. The, well, that sounds fun, Isaiah. The indignity of it all. Well, Boba Fett, you proved on multiple occasions you couldn't handle a wrench. Uh, maybe that has something possibly to do with, I don't know, rhymes with schmalka schmal. Adam Sandler's new movie is trash. I'm sure it is. Even his old movies are trash. I rewatched Happy Gilmore because I remembered having liked it before. When I rewatched it, I did not like it. I thought, oh, this is dumb. This is bad. Adam Sandler's not funny. Adam Sandler punching somebody is not a joke, nor is it writing, nor is it funny. Oh, he executed his personal vendettas with it. That's what he did. I don't really think so, Ricardo. I There was a time when I enjoyed his movies. I did not like Big Daddy. Even back in the day, I didn't like it. I thought it was, hokey, formulaic, not funny, etc. Hollywood fell off. Europeans took over the movie game. I mean, it's possible that that Hollywood's not really making very many good movies anymore. But I would say that Quiz Lady was excellent. That's a feature film I saw not super long time ago that was absolutely fantastic, and I believe it was what do they call it? A Hollywood movie. Clogged? I didn't ask you to clog. Nobody wants you to clog. Like Cloggy Locks and the Three Clogs. Just knock it off already. This bomb. Waterboy was his best movie. Okay, Waterboy was his best movie. Yes, Waterboy was good. Yes, Waterboy was funny. Quiz Lady won a Critics' Choice Award. Hollywood actors are in a state of paranoia ever since Epstein, so they're not as focused as they used to be. Well, I'm sure there are a tiny fraction of Hollywood actors who had any kind of dealings with Epstein. Sure, the vast majority of Hollywood actors just are regular people who happen to be famous. Best film for TV in the Critics' Choice? Well, I mean, Diddy may have been in with Epstein, but like, I don't think Adam Sandler is. He, he's not funny, but I don't think he's like some evil celebrity trafficker person or whatever. Temporal catch-up. Is what is time catch-up? I'm curious about that. Time catch-up. It's tomatoes in the fourth dimension. Oh, Kevin Hart's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Kevin Hart is terrible. I agree with you completely. Yeah, Simple Girl, we did raise ourselves. Lou, you, me, we're all Gen X. We raised ourselves. That's what they called us latchkey kids. You know, my parents left for work before I left the house in the morning. I came home from work after I was done with school and got home in the afternoon. And I was expected to get myself to school and come home and do homework or whatever and handle all that shit without them around. You know, from a relatively young age. Cat Williams thinks Kevin Hart is a plant. He has this whole conspiracy about it. It's pretty funny considering it isn't part of his stand up. Really? A plant? Plant by whom? Like, what does that mean? Is they're a plant? If you think about it, they were just trying to get you to do basic things we all have to do. Who was just trying to get me to do basic things we all have to do? Oh, right, right. Well, they weren't even trying to get me to do basic things. It was different back in the day, you know? It wasn't they were trying to accomplish anything. They were just like, well, we have to go to work and you obviously can deal with this shit yourself. You know, it's like that's just how it was back in the day. They weren't trying to accomplish anything with that parenting strategy. They just operated under those assumptions that just because you're a child doesn't mean you aren't capable of handling everything yourself that you need to. And they were right, you know. The you might take issue, I suppose, about with the fact that when you let all the kids play by themselves running around the streets of the neighborhood without any supervision, it gets pretty Lord of the Flies, you know. Kids don't necessarily treat each other well. I mean, the bottom line is there were things about the way Simple Girl, Lou, and I were raised that were better than the way things are now, and there are ways in which it was worse than the way things are now. You know, I had a daughter, and her childhood was very, very different than mine. Um, because maybe just because we didn't live in a neighborhood with a bunch of little kids the same age as her. Maybe just because that's just not what parents do anymore. They just don't say, okay, go out and play. Why are you in the house? You need to go outside and play. You're not going to sit in here and watch TV all day. Go away. Get out of here. Okay. I'll see you at lunchtime. Envious? Am I envious of what? Of of that of the current childhood? Am I envious? Like, do I wish my daughter had had my childhood? No, I don't wish my daughter had had my childhood. I'm I'm happy enough that she was more sheltered. But of course, girls were always more sheltered back in the day too. You know, The boys were let run loose, girls a little less so. I love koalas. Hello, you are new and you love koalas. So I'm pleased to tell you that this live stream features no harming of koalas. So you should be fine here. We we may not love koalas around here, but we definitely don't dislike koalas. Isaiah Root says he was the first of four, the guinea pig. We had a lot of conversations about guinea pigs earlier, Isaiah. I was born to a very young couple that didn't really know what they were doing. They made some mistakes, but they did pretty well. Well, I was the first of one. My parents were 35 when they had me. Stay streaming. You are going to make I love koalas sad. I'm going to remove that comment. I'm going to not time you out for it, but I am going to remove that comment. Makes me sad too. It's a mean thing to do. I'm sure you're not telling the truth, but nevertheless, just thinking about it makes me sad. Shh, everyone stop talking about the secret plot to take out koalas. Okay, well, nevertheless, I don't want to hear about your animal abusing ways, okay? My mom was 19 and my dad was 21. Well, I'm older than they were when they had me, which is weird. Yeah, that's crazy young to have kids. Koalas are abusive? Who do they abuse? Other koalas? Are you saying that there's a lot of borderline personality disorder among koala populations? If you don't constantly feed them eucalyptus, they're abusive. That's a good idea, Boba Fett. All right, we're gonna put here. How many siblings do you have? Only child. One sibling. Two siblings. Three or more siblings. How many siblings do you have? Only child. One sibling. Two siblings. Three or more siblings. If I could vote on this, I would vote only child, because that's what I am. Well, that's three or more, stay streaming. 17 is three or more. Okay, well, you know what? I've decided I don't want to know anything more about koalas, okay? Because it sounds like it's just going to be all bad news. Next, you're going to tell me they all have syphilis or something. If all you have is bad news about koalas, then I don't want to hear it, okay? Step siblings should be included if you were raised with them. Well, you can include them in your answer if you wish. Koala Man. You are correct, Shano. Koala Man. You know, obviously, he must have a lot of eucalyptus, I guess. Otherwise, the koalas aren't going to be very cooperative, apparently. I wonder if you could make a eucalyptus smoothie for koalas, have them drink all of that at once, and then they could go a little longer without chewing eucalyptus leaves. No, JC, you cannot. So, should you include step siblings? Um, Based on what I've seen on Pornhub, I'd say no. From what I can tell from Pornhub, step siblings do not behave like normal siblings. Pornhub is not real. It can't hurt me. I'm not worried about it hurting me. I do think it might be real, though. Eucalyptus does smell good. Yeah, I assume they know a lot about sibling relationships. I'm an only child, so I don't know how it goes. I didn't have any regular or step siblings. But based on what some of the videos I've seen on that, I guess you'd call it like an internet channel or something. Uh, Not what I'd expect to see from siblings. It's just a lot more moving around, a lot more activity than I would expect to see between siblings. Anyhow, let's pull not one, but two bum rips, or possibly let's float a notion here and see where we go with it. It's not inconceivable that I could roll a joint. Should I do so? Colby Curtis says, my younger brother is looking for guidance on blah. Well, I don't know how to give guidance on blah. I can provide guidance regarding a lot of things, but blah is not one of them. If he's looking for guidance on how to discipline a misbehaving stepsister, I'd recommend that website I was talking about before. I'm not sure if that manner of discipline really works, but the people on that site seem really committed to that manner of discipline. Yes, I got 2 new pairs of glasses today. Here are my old glasses. But today, when we went to the supermarket, um, what did we determine? We determined that, wow, look at this. The supermarket's gotten a new shipment of glasses in. Let me see what the options are. Bam! Bam! I got 2 because, I used to have 3 pairs of glasses, and now I'm down to just the orange glasses. So I figure I'll get 3 pairs of glasses again and see how long before I am once again reduced to 1 pair of glasses. $9.99 each, so not so bad. He wants your guidance, but I was saying the whole situation is blah. Well, just tell him, hey, bro, listen, I believe in you. All right? You're going to make it just fine. Just do the right thing, buddy. Pat, pat, pat. All right, off you go. Just like that, Colby Curtis. Just like that. Show me I never felt fully understood. I never filled that empty gap that I felt I needed early on. It is what it is. It's annoying they try to give me advice still and tell me what to do like they know better. Simple Girl, yeah, I know. They aren't made to be possessed by humans. We aren't supposed to have that object. There's no place for it. like maybe I should get one of those kind of jewelers things. You know how like jewelers will have this thing where they can lift up the thing and then put it down again. Get that for my glasses. That'd be cool. What? How was your day, and what topic are we on at the moment? My day was fine, fine to good to maybe even very good. If you eat your glasses, you can see fine after that, huh? What is the topic right now? Well, momentarily there we were discussing glasses. I don't expect it to remain the topic for a particularly long time. As usual, I'm segueing from various chat to chat, a few different topics being broached in the process. But if there's any particular topic you'd like to broach yourself, Ryan Bastian, I would be happy to discuss it. I'll talk about just about any topic, unless it's too vulgar. What? You lost the orange glasses? No, I still have the orange glasses. I still have them. I just got an additional two pairs of glasses at the store today because I don't really like the orange glasses. And I figure I will not retain three pairs of glasses for long because I will lose them and or sit on them and or whatever. So, you know how it goes. Why is your name Talking with Famous People? Because when I originally started this channel about 10, 12 years ago, I envisioned that I envisioned a channel where I would interview regular people. And the conceit of the channel would be that by interviewing them, I made them famous, kind of. Or that we can decide to be famous if we treat each other as such. But unfortunately, it turned out, or fortunately, really, it turned out that uh, it was very difficult to find regular people who wanted to be interviewed or even willing to be interviewed. So I I just kept making videos myself. You know, I did a number of things that were consistent with that title too. I had before there was Discord or live streaming on YouTube, I had implemented a thing called the Raw Room, which was a video conference room where people went and hung out and talked. And I had hired a guy to code a code out a solution that automatically cut my videos into 15-minute chunks and uploaded them to their own channel, or the Raw channel. So I had that going on as well, TWFP Raw. So I was talking to a lot of people back in the day. There are a lot more videos from back in the day where it's me and multiple other people in the mix of the conversation. Nowadays, I don't do that anymore. Uh, Primarily, I guess, because I just don't like doing it. There was a stretch of years where I really enjoyed socializing with people in the rooms and stuff. I enjoyed it more than just making a video by myself and uploading it. But what I enjoy more than either of those things ever, by a substantial amount, is this. I like live streaming best. I started live streaming as soon as YouTube made live streaming part of the platform, which wasn't that long ago, but I don't remember exactly when it was. But before they had live streaming as part of the platform, I had those rooms and talked to people and stuff. Uh, but this is ideal, I think, for me. I like this best because I can talk to multiple people, but I have a monopoly on the audio space. Is that preferable to not having a monopoly on the audio space? I'd say yes, actually. What I discovered, talking with people, one of the things I discovered was that I can't rely on other people to be interesting and or have anything particular to say, carry a conversation, certainly like carry carry the host duty, right? YouTube channel has become, is, and kind of always was ultimately me. That's what I had to offer that was potentially worth something to a prospective viewer, was what I had to say, blah, 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 right? Am I somehow uniquely better than other YouTubers? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I found, according to my own understanding of what comprises interesting, entertaining media, that trying to integrate other people made the media worse, not better. That earlier stream that I did, it ran, the better part of 8 hours or so. It ended up getting 10,000 views. And it's pretty good. Picked up a decent number of subs in the stream too, The poll got 1,000 votes. Somebody left a comment on one of my streams saying the views to subs ratio here is outrageous. What's going on, or something like that. I think it just is probably the case with anybody vertically live streaming, that they get, if they do it for long stretches of time, that they'll get periodic turns on the shorts feed. The vast majority of those views are going to be very short views. Somebody clicks on it, looks at it for a few seconds, and moves along. But that certainly wasn't the case with live streaming before. It just, I don't know if it was poorly integrated into YouTube's algorithm, or if I was being shadow suppressed because I had a bullying warning, but I never saw any new eyes on my live streams before. It seemed like, nobody, very few people that I hadn't seen before were stopping in and saying, "What is this?" Now it happens every single stream. I see new people. It's crazy. Let's hope it lasts, Let's hope they don't stop promoting. Currently they're kind of promoting vertical live streaming it's possible when they stop kind of actively promoting it or whatever, that the mechanism I'm taking advantage of right now will dry up. You never know with YouTube. They make changes and all of a sudden whatever it was you were writing disappears. Like, yeah. So we'll see what happens. I can't help but find myself thinking about YouTube a whole lot. Like, the way that different vectors probably curve differently. So if the piece you keep stay still is subs, then you'd say, okay, I have this many subs now. Let's imagine, just to make the math easier, let's imagine I have 10 times the amount of subs. is that going to represent, how is that going to look in terms of views, in terms of earnings, and in terms of um, chat rate? You know, like, will it scale precisely 10 times as many views, 10 times as many chats, 10 times as much earnings? I don't think those things are going to scale like that at all. I think some things like views are going to not scale nearly at 10 times because most of the views I'm getting now are just my turn on the shorts feed, and there's no reason to imagine that that's going to increase just because I'm a bigger channel. I don't think so. That shouldn't scale proportionally, right? Uh, chatters probably would scale less than proportional as well to the subs. So if I had 10 times as many subs, I don't think I'd have 10 times as much chat, but I might. But what I think would scale it more than, in other words, the curve look like this, is earnings, because there's a reality in which super chats become natively incentivized by the amount of chats happening. So it's kind of like you unlock super chats done to get your chat attention if the chat's busy enough. So I suspect that earnings would go like, yeah, and then go like that, and then maybe go like that, you know. It's just musing. I have no way of determining exactly what the numbers are going to look like, but it's an interesting question that I'd never even entertained before because I never imagined that I would actually potentially have that kind of growth to even worry about it, right? I was growing so slowly that the idea of trying to measure those numbers, think about those things, was just like too complicated a math problem or something. But anyway, these are just speculative notions that I've been having. I can't help but think about them because obviously when you spend your time doing this for a long time, just as a labor of love, when all of a sudden it starts showing results, it's pretty exciting slash encouraging, makes me want to do it more. Makes me want to quote unquote strike while the iron's hot, as long as this is working, you know. And it varies from stream to stream. Like the last stream, maybe because of the title, the Paranormality was absolutely popping. This one, not nearly as much, but I can continue playing around with titles, and definitely, you know, I have plenty of opportunities to title things differently. I can either prioritize quantity of engagement or just prioritize what I feel like titling it, you know. I can do it however I want, but I suspect probably this morning's title, which was "What's Your Paranormal Experience," explains the poppiness of the stream. That probably attracted plenty of people to come in and tell their story. We did hear quite a few stories from people, new people and stuff, so that was, I think, a good strategy. I think Winston's mom correctly intuited that it was a good strategy. But not necessarily always want to talk about paranormal stuff. However, the reality is, if I get more people in, then I have a lot more random topics to talk about too, besides just paranormal stuff or whatever the title that brings them in is. You kitty, you need to stop being so needy all the time. You need to meow less demandingly at me, okay? I'm not a huge fan of being yelled at by you all the time. Oh, yes, yes. Hello, Capillo. Yes. Yes, you're a good kitty. And Daddy knows. And Daddy knows. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What a good kitty. What a special friend. What an important gentleman scholar. What a gentleman caller. Are you wooing me with your manly wiles? Are you a sweet talking guy? Talking sweet kind of lies? Don't you believe in him? If you do, he'll make you cry? Yes, you'll send me flowers and paint the town with another girl. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves.
He's so lucky that he has you. I think he's so annoying.
He is so annoying. I'm not disagreeing with that. But he's
You are.
sweet talking guy.
That's how he does it.
Talking sweet kind of lie. Don't you believe in him? If you do, he'll make you cry. He'll send you flowers and paint the town with another girl. He's a sweet talking guy, but he's my kind of guy. Why do I talk to the cat like it's a baby?
Oh, yes.
Because deep down, JC, aren't we all babies inside of our heart? I think we are. Is essentialism similar to animism? Animists believe in the animation of all nature and are characterized as having a sense of spiritual beings inhabiting trees and rocks and waterfalls.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Capilla Strauss. Queen Capilla Strauss.
Oven beeping. I don't know what that was. Is that the microwave beeping? Or? Capilla is getting stern, vigorous pets from mommy.
Yes.
Capilla is absolutely not afraid to walk away from pets too, so she's obviously loving it.
Yeah, she and I have like a bond when it comes to pets.
That's good. No, I'm not Joe Biden. Unlike
You're not.
Joe Biden, I am not weak and unqualified to engage public policy matters. I am strong like an ox and ultra well qualified to engage public policy matters. Can I see Rachel before you go to sleep? You want to dream about her? There she is.
Hi.
Dream away. Gibby, 999, you should be able to smell them right now because they are absolutely pungent. My feet are, the stink lines are coming off of them onto the camera. If you could smell it through the camera at all, you can smell them right now. Cindy Frem, good evening. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who had a mind to disagree? Yes, she is, Unicorn Ninja.
Thanks, Unicorn Ninja.
I'm a lucky man.
I'm a lucky woman. I think you're so handsome.
Well, darling, how wonderful of you. I think you're absolutely lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Rachel and I, these American accents are actually fake. Part of our whole fake YouTube channel thing we got going on.
Yeah, we like to.
Do I like the comedian Casey Rocket? I've never heard of the comedian Casey Rocket. Booty Shaker 3000 wants me to ban them. I could time you out if you'd like. Usually I don't ban people unless there are bannable offenses. No, you can't, Gibby 999, because unlike my feet, her feet don't smell like anything. They just smell like pure, delightful roses.
Yes. Oh.
No, Gibby 999, you may not. And I don't think you quite understand how video works. It does include sight and sound, but not smell. Also, it doesn't include taste. Doesn't include touch either. So only 2 of the 5 senses are really engaged here on YouTube. If you're looking to engage your olfactory senses, then I would suggest you go, say, to the local shoe store where perhaps multiple people might be trying on shoes, many of whom I'm sure their feet will smell. So,
that's true.
I don't have any siblings, Gibby 999. I'm an only child. How many of your siblings are alive, Gibby 999? Rachel has 2 living siblings.
I do.
I know people with siblings. My daughter doesn't have a sibling. I already took it out. Ah, the trash, that is. I see. Winston's mom has instructed Gibby that, or has informed Gibby that Gibby's mother has called her and asked her to tell him to take out the trash.
Oh.
But you know what? Gibby was ahead of her. He already got the trash out. So his mom was too late in calling Winston's mom.
That is too late.
Caroline has a mystery sibling?
Does
that mean somebody you know is your sibling, but you don't know which person it is?
Oh my gosh, that's kind of. Do you know if it's a male or female? Like.
Smell-o-vision is coming in the near future. I mean, the thing is, we have speakers to render sounds, and the sounds are able to be converted, from analog to digital back again accordingly. We have screens so that we can see the images, but we need something equivalent for the smells, right? We need a smell puffer station filled with different component odors that can be mixed together to create specific smells. You'd have to refill that. It'd be kind of like a printer, a smell printer. And that's how they would get you. Whoa. The new smell flavors would be expensive, and you couldn't smell any smells if even a single one of the smell flavors was empty, just like with printers. My mother had an unborn twin inside of her. It was removed when she was about 40 years old. Huh. Smell-o-vision is real NS tech. I don't want there to be smell-o-vision. If I want to smell things, I can just smell the smells of my house. And there's so few possible usages for smell-o-vision. It's like in a movie, the person goes into a kitchen and there's a pie cooking, and then you can smell it with your smell-o-vision. It's like, I don't need to smell the pie to get the purpose of the pie in the story, okay? I guess smell-o-vision would be useful in terms of an immersive virtual reality simulation to make it more like reality and less like having goggles on your face. Anime Annihilator says, damn, why would you want to annihilate anime? That's a terrible thing to annihilate. Unless you're saying you burn through anime so quickly you have no backlog of good stuff. And if that's the case, Anime Annihilator, you and I are the same. Rachel is already married, JC, to me. Okay? Marrying more than one person is illegal. She had the dream and recovery before the doctor told her what had happened. That's trippy. Interesting. Squiggles Jaw or Squiggle somebody else says, what's up? You look upset from something. Do you need help, old man? Do you need a help, old man? No, I don't need a help. I don't need multiple helps. I'm not upset. And Evan Rowe, you don't need to tell me you're back 5 times, okay? Just that's enough times. Squiggles, don't listen to JC. JC did not take care of me. I'm not upset from something, nor am I upset about something. I was possibly considering the somewhat upsetting story of Unicorn Ninja having a mother who had an unborn twin inside of her, which is somewhat disturbing. But beyond that, I am obviously perfectly fine, happy, well, living the dream, making butter out of milk and cheese out of butter, as they say. How about you, Squiggles? What's going on with you? No, we're not in negotiations, JC. You're just going to have to be okay with living a Rachel-free life. JC cooks imaginary food for me, which I pretend not to eat. It's easy to pretend not to eat it because it's imaginary. Eggs Benedict, Winston's mom. Imaginary eggs Benedict are his best dish, but I refuse to even taste it. So against the idea of him cooking for me, am I? No. I know it's his best dish, just because I'm an intuitive, okay? I can intuit stuff. I don't need data. I don't need empirics. I don't need experience. I just use my intuition, okay? That's how I know it's his best imaginary dish. But I just flat out refuse to eat anything he cooks, no matter how fantastic it is. Yeah. It doesn't matter how many fake things you send me, JC, via the imaginary mail. I'm not going to eat any of them. In fact, I'm going to defame your cooking and tell everybody that I have eaten it. It was all terrible. Evan Robe loves eggs. Inner Healer says, hasta la vista. Hasta la vista to you too. Great. Well, I'm happy for you in this life. I think we need our family together. When you become an old man, you can't do a lot of things. So I think in my mind, the secret of happiness is family. Certainly it's important to keep your close loved ones close. I've got a very small family. I've got my wife and my daughter. My daughter's 25 years old. Show me idiot. if you're gonna sleep, snore someplace else. The sound of your sawing logs is interfering with my smooth talking ways. Well, when I've heard social media, you're a lionist, actually. You believe that lions should occupy the Holy Land. That's my plan. Let's let neither the Palestinians nor the Israelis have any of that whole area and just make it a lion nature preserve safari park. Then, if any Palestinians or Israelis go back there, they'll get eaten by lions. Yeah, let's all become lionists. That would solve the whole problem. They could change the name of Jerusalem to Jerusalem. Jen Kim is back. Hello, Jen Kim. What is up? The sky. Bam. I went there. Bam. You got burned. Bam. I went there. Here's some aloe. Jen Kim right now is like, oh God, the bird, he burned me so bad with the sky thing. Will I ever recover from this shame? That's what Jen Kim is saying right now. I can read his mind. Okay, Chanel. Your lioness codename is Lionel Richie. Mine will be Lion de Ronstadt. Okay, I'll be Lion de Ronstadt. You can be Lionel Richie. Everybody else, pick your code names. You're gonna run out of good ones quick. I already got Lion de Ronstadt. Sean already got Lionel Richie. So let's turn into a theme park and charge admission so we can recoup our billions back. You know what? I agree. Let's turn it into an Old Testament theme park. You can ride a ride called Escape from Egypt. You can ride a ride called Build the Pyramids. You can ride a ride called Nazi concentration camp. You know? That's not in the Old Testament? Meowjic Johnson, right. I forgot about Meowjic Johnson. You'll be, I'm not lying. Just leave it at that. I'm not lying. All right? Kind of like one too many, you know? I'm not lying. Or lying, not lying. All right? Not lying. That just means you're a truthful lion. Somebody could be lying in wait, you know. Somebody could be Celine Dion, or perhaps Celine Dion. Go be lion. Belion to Carlisle. Yeah, lion in waits. Didn't that happen already to a theme park? Maybe they did New Testament, maybe Old Testament. I want Old Testament. It's mostly amusement park rides. They're just themed with Old Testament stuff. Like you know, pillar of salt. Pillar of salt is just one of those drop rides where it takes you up to the top of the thing. And you, right? But the theming all around it starts at the top. Lot's wife's like, I'm doing fine. And then slowly, as you go down, it's done like animation slides. So it looks like it's moving, a cartoon. See her head turn around and she's like, oh no. And then she's a pillar of salt by the bottom of it. To Kolionar. Okay, the way of Kolionar. I don't know what that is. Lying down on the job's a great one. Unicorn Ninja. Uh, hmm. Lion eyes. That's a good one. Vulian can? I don't know about that one. uh, you could be frequent flyer. Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio. That's a good one. Yeah, could be that. Could be did we do you can't hide those lion eyes? Realize, realize, realize. Real lions, real lion eyes, real lions. Actually lulled with the timing spot on. I'm one of 9. My dad is a total Chad slut maker. Chad Sletmaker is a great name for really anybody. It would be a great name for a guinea pig, I think. This is Chad Slutmaker, the guinea pig. What's the lesson tonight, Professor? The lesson is that the solution to the conflict in the Middle East is to replace the Zionists with Lionists, namely, move both the Jews and the Palestinians out of Israel and replace them with lions, creating the world's largest and most interactive safari park. Marilyn Monroe. Not bad. We're also coming up with code names for our job as lionist operatives, you know. I think frequent flying miles is fine, you know. Frequent flying miles. What is the word of the day? The word of the day is lion, Aubrey. Lion, lion. The lions represent the tribe of Judah. I think frequent flying miles is a good code name. Maybe I'll go with that one instead of whatever I first said. I don't remember what it was even. We can also have another word for the day, Aubrey. We've fairly well exhausted lion, pride, and prejudice. That doesn't even have the word lion in it. Just because lions are in a pride, you know, that's insufficient. we have to have the word lion in it. Like, what are other things that have the word lion in them naturally? Hmm. I don't know. I guess I'm all out of lion things. We just have to. It could be in Zimbabwe. I like that joke, Shauna. It reminds me a little bit of a murder. A group of crows is called a murder. There's a murder of crows. I have a song that I recorded sometime back called, I think it's called Animal Party. And it's all full of animal group names, some of them real and some of them made up. A pile of cats is called a glaring. Do cats come in piles? A glaring of cats. There's a congress of monkeys. This dude has pasted random questioning. Who has pasted random questioning? Me? Uh, I do know a fair number of of group names, but there's a prickle of pigs, right? No, prickle of porcupines. A prickle of porcupines. Now, I like the pile of cats. I prefer the pile. With I have passed random questioning. I have passed it. Wonderful. Uh, a prickle of porcupines is a pile of porcupines.
Well, there's a herd of cattle and a flock of birds. School of fishes, it's a spew of words. Campaign of battles, a collection of terms, cause farmers milk chattel for cups for the birds, and a lip flap of tattlers telling on them for describing the arrangement of a blossom of ferns confers a shameful burden that burden deserves, or so say the tattlers telling on burn. Bats are colonial, bees are swarmy. A grandma's worth of cobra is making me horny. Got a cat named Capillo and a dog named Bird. Cassiopeia is the name of my bird. There's no powder for my cat. Bird has no pack. Got no grip of badgers, cause badgers attack. And the same goes for weasels, which come in a sack. But my Cassie's in a murder and they're all in black. Nobody's coming along today.
Nobody's alone.
All of the creatures gather up their crews.
Gather their crews.
You lions are pride, a quotation, a dove, a downfall, a slides, and one pair of gloves. It's a pot of whales, twisted legs, spots of nails, swap away, snap the cheese, crown of fails, cannabase, tails, bull crash of rhinos, and I'm out of toads. Porcupines form a prickle crowd on the roads, drive a drove of pigs and yoke save a snack of jellyfish, cock on the bottom.
Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. The creatures gather at their crews.
Gather their crews. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone.
Anyway, that song has group names in it. I don't exactly remember which ones are real and which ones I made up. Like, for example, I know a lip flap of tattlers. I made that one up. I think it's a great group name for tattlers, right? A lip flap of tattlers. If you leave hydrogen out long enough, it will start asking where it came from. I like that quote. I have no idea what that could possibly mean. But Dandelion, Celine Dion. I already did Celine Dion. Or actually Celine Dion is also a possibility. Himalayan mountains, it's good. Pomeranian. What's the limp noodle? What is the limp noodle? I'm not sure what the limp noodle is. Is it linguine? Is it lasagna? You tell me. I'll tell you where hydrogen came from. Water. Got in a fight with the oxygen, and the oxygen left. The hydrogen's like, well, it's just us now. We can hardly be part of a 3-person polyamorous relationship without oxygen. Let's break up. And from then on, each hydrogen was by itself. What have I heard about the limp noodle? Nothing really. I've not even pursued any information regarding the subject. I didn't know it was a mystery to be solved. Before the Big Bang, our universe was too hot to form elements. What was it before that? Too cold to form hotness? And prior to that, it was too old to be cold. Prior to that, it was too dark for anybody to see. These are the states of the universe before it began. You know, back in the very, very beginning. What about before it was too dark for anyone to see? Oh, that was too loud. Nobody could hear anything. Oh, there's too cold. Oh, for sure. If it's 100% cold, everything doesn't move at all. It's just so still. You can't even tell if time is passing. Oh no, Dominic Bender. Oh no. It can be too cold. Very much too cold. Have you ever heard of something called hypothermia? Maybe you need to watch a little more Naked and Afraid. Well, no, there couldn't be more than one universe, okay? Because the universe refers to the totality of everything. So, whatever other stuff there might be is part of the universe. But could there be more than one? No. Back in my day, I had to walk to school uphill both ways in a 130-degree blizzard. Does that mean, does that mean that it was 130 degrees in temperature or an angle of blizzard? 130 degrees from you? Say Ronnie, I can say your name. I say Ronnie, that is your name, and then you know your name and you live in super happily. The universe is either infinite or we have infinite multiverses. Multiverse is not a thing. It's just a silly notion. Just because we can conceive of other universes because of the nature of language and narratives doesn't mean they actually have any corporeal reality. I am $30,000 in credit card debt. Well, I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to hear that. You're typical. When they call, I say I can't pay back yet. Say my name. You're typical. You're typical. You're typical. You're typical. Say my name. Say my name. Grady Wilson says my real name is Nick Rowe. I didn't ask for any money yet. He just shared his information, shared his story. Where can you go get cold from? Like anywhere, anywhere that from ice. You get cold from ice. Okay? Look, cold is when you have to put on a jacket. Obviously, cold and hot both refer to human distinctions, not to implicit states of being. Yes, energy makes things move around more. We call that hotter, so there's an increase in temperature. But obviously, hot and cold are ways that humans describe their experiences, right? No, I get it, Dominic Bender. I do understand what you're saying conceptually, that the absence of heat is not the presence of something, right? I understand what you're saying. I'm not confused by it. Deport you with P. Diddy. Deport me with P. Diddy? I do go fishing periodically. I do live where there are fishing spots up here near Yosemite. I've yet to catch anything up here, but I don't really like to catch. I like to fish. And so, why is it a cordom that I ought to be deported along with P. Diddy, also known as Puff, Sean Puff Daddy Combs? Many scientists have tried to find more physical, hard evidence for the multiverse's existence. For example, if a neighboring universe happened to be close to ours long ago, it may have collided with the universe, creating a detectable imprint. What kind of fish are here? Trout, maybe some bass, maybe some other fish. I don't really know. I've fished Sierra Nevada mountains plenty of times, but not this side of the Sierras that much. When I was a kid, I used to go fish in Mammoth Lakes all the time, and all I ever caught there were trout, rainbow and brown, you know. But pike, huh? Are those freshwater fish or saltwater fish? I can't go saltwater fishing because I get seasick on the boat. I don't mind necessarily fishing from pier. Am I a Skibidi Sigma Rizzler in Ohio? Well, I mean, put it this way: I'm obviously no bomboclat. Uh, yes, I have a lot of riz. It may stem mostly or just partially from my gyat. And, you know, I'm not interested in any Ohioan skibbity bomboclats coming around here and trying to tell me whether I be Sigma, Alpha, Giga Chad, whatever. You know, report you so you can have a shot with my gorgeous wife. You're not allowed to have a shot with my gorgeous wife, and you never get it anyway because you'd have to compete with this. Yeah! You can't compete with that. You can't compete with this. Spring break! Yeah, spring break! You can't compete with that amount of riz. No, I don't like to hunt. I've never gone hunting. Actually, I can't say for sure I don't like it because I've never gone hunting. Of course, other interpretations have become popular as well. Booty Shaker 3000 knows all about my riz because he's seen me do the thug shake before, for example. Yeah. You gotta do the thug shake, you gotta do the thug shake, you gotta shake, 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 shake. Marissa Trump, how do you do 2024? Daddy, I am not your daddy, but That's fine. Just to just to be clear, biologically anyway, I'm not your father. I do have a daughter, but my daughter is not you. So, no, I've never gone hunting. Rachel does have dibs on the scat, which, it I my butt cheeks may not be quite as shapely as Manny Good Cheeks' butt cheeks, which is Caroline's soulmate, but they're close. Okay, I've got pretty shapely butt cheeks. You hunted for white-tailed deer? Hmm. If I were gonna go hunting, I think I would like to hunt blue whales. My north node is in Aquarius, but my butt cheeks are in everyone's heart. Thoughts on LSD? I would like to do LSD again. I've done LSD plenty of times. I had some excessively hard and long trips when I was younger in college and stuff. But I nevertheless would like to do it again. I'd take a tab acid, but I want to make sure that I had at least half or a full clonopin on hand, uh, so that I could trip kill if it got intense or whatever. Do I support LGBTQ? I mean, I don't have any opinion on what other people do with their sex lives and stuff, you know? So I treat everyone like an individual, regardless of what their group affiliation is. People of all different group affiliations are prove themselves time and time again to be idiots in all sorts of different ways. This is idiocy is an equal opportunity employer. You name a group, there are plenty of idiots in that group. Uh, there are also plenty of nice, good people, and sometimes the idiots are nice, good people. They're just idiots. So that's why I don't bother wasting time with presuming to know about people based on their group label. Because individuals are never members of a group, they're always individuals. Marissa says, I don't know what that means. You like how hairy my eyebrows are? Thanks. These are actually fake eyebrows. I got a couple of caterpillars from outside and just glued them onto my face. Yeah, yay, Namati says, hey bro, how are you feeling today? Jesus loves you. I am feeling fine today. Glad to hear it. Did he tell you to tell me that? Trump is selling Bibles now. Do you know what airsoft is? Yes, I've played airsoft before. One time. You ATR correct, an assumption is just that, an assumption, not facts. Uh, don't know what you're talking about. Okay, JC. Oh, I don't need that. Yes, I have a wife. My wife Rachel is both here and at the house, and possibly here in the chat as well. I'm not sure about that. And she was a few minutes ago anyway. I need to invest in an air softener. My air is too hard. Mati says, I see a kind soul. I'm just letting you know. Well, thank you for saying so. I do believe that I try to be kind, try to be a good person, try to uphold righteous values, etc. Things that matter, not dumbass shit like group label, issues of character and such. Do I believe in spiritual stuff? Uh, People ask me what I believe in all the time. I engage in prayer. I self identify as a Christian, but I don't tend to have beliefs. I just articulate what the correct position is about stuff. And correct position is defined here as that which has the best arguments, that which wins the argument, you know? Of course, that which is correct, the correct position articulated correctly, is subject to change pending new information, etc. But so I don't really have beliefs. I just try to be correct about everything as I just find it. So, Jesus? I mean, I self identify as a Christian and I pray most days. More days than not, I'd say. Well, you can make of that whatever you want. You know, I don't obviously justify things with I don't mix my faith and my reason at all. I'm so skibbity? I'm so phantom tax? Well, I can be a little phantom tax, but only when Rachel is here eating food so I can steal a little bit of it. Unfortunately, she's not, so I can't. If this were hers, I'd be phantom taxing it right now. Thanks, you're typical. I agree with you. My channel is cool. It may not be the coolest channel because I'm sure there are some people out there who are making YouTube videos who have things like sunglasses and slicked back hair. Those things are obviously going to surpass me in coolness. I can't compete with sunglasses and slicked back hair. But I'll do the best I can. I'll try to fail productively. Bingo. Your breath, sir. Who is watching this? Your breath, sir. Who is watching this? Well, the moment you are, Senussi Shaloof. I'm not sure what that your breath, sir part refers to. And Water Bottle says, you kind of have that chill, laid back vibe, old man. Well, thank you, Water Bottle. I am willing to say at this point it's fairly cultivated. Not entirely how I naturally am, but I've been doing YouTube for such a long time and live streaming for such a long time. And especially though in recent periods of time, recently, I have just kind of developed a non-reactive quality to everything that I didn't necessarily used to have. So it seems to be effective, seems to be working well. I know, crazy, huh, Ruben? Already 12.6. It's a plate full of skibbity, you're right. Marissa says, you smoke weed. I do? I smoke weed? What is that some kind of dope, some kind of whack pills, or what? What is this stuff you're talking about? Because I'd like to believe that I would never befoul the temple that is my body with some kind of foreign substance, some kind of hippie pothead poison. I'm not going to poison my children with that. It's not acceptable. Oh, that's organic health kale, actually, is what that is. It is cold in here. You guys see my breath? It is really cold in here. Sometimes it just suddenly gets super cold, and I can see a whole bunch of my breath, and then it returns to normal temperature, I guess. Being non-reactive is very important on the internet. People are just too retarded to give attention to. You play me in chess, you're gonna have to react to that. Well, side cheek. Believe me, you will definitely get a reaction from me if I were playing chess and you were to beat me. I would definitely, as you begin beating me, I would definitely accuse you of cheating. Okay. I know some people say it's not possible to cheat at online chess, person versus person. Uh, but I lost a game the other day to Annie, this lady who was here, and she cheated. She cheated and cheated and cheated, and just kept cheating some more until she won. Traumatic Duck says, I have asthma. Would you like to use my inhaler? What kind of meals do I like? Delicious meals that fill my body with nutrition. I like steak as well. I like ribeye is my favorite cut of steak. And there's a restaurant here in town called 1850 that has the very best ribeye you're going to find anywhere around, actually. Absolutely spectacular. Yeah, wickedness is a form of cheating, and beating me at chess is evil. So she was cheating. It just naturally, logically follows from that. JC, I have never even imaginarily tasted your imaginary food, okay? Because I refuse to taste it because just I don't even want to even run the risk of even kind of liking it so that I can intensely dislike it without ever having tasted it. You like filet mignon? When we went to the steakhouse at the Madonna Inn, which is a wonderful pink steakhouse, I think called Gold Rush Steakhouse or something. It's like a little girl steakhouse. All the chairs are pink, decorated with delightful girlish decorations. It's a delightful place in general. But when we ate there, I got the filet mignon. Rachel got the lobster. I think she liked hers fine. I didn't taste the lobster. I don't think I shared it with any of my steak either. I never taste her lobster. She likes to get lobster when we go to a fancy restaurant, which we don't do very often. But when we do, uh, I never even taste it, and I never even offer her a bite of my steak. She'll always get the lobster if they have it. I'll always get the ribeye if they have it. You can play Yakuza on the go. Is Yakuza some kind of Japanese gangster game or something? The filet me lion, right? Filet me lion. Excellent, Sean. Excellent work. I'm giving you a wonder point for all your fine work today, Sean. Collectively, it definitely earns one wonder point at least. I'm proud of being chintzy there. And in general, you guys may have noticed I am quite chintzy with the wonder points. I don't believe in handing them out for nothing. It's a brawler game where you play as a Yakuza. Oh, so you're a Japanese gangster. What kind of weapons do you get to use? Like nunchucks or swords or just your fists? Who's selling lion chops? Lion chops? Tonight's special lion chops. I wonder if, like, there's this place out where I don't know if it's still there or not, but back when I played airsoft, this is when I encountered this thing actually to link to the airsoft. There's this place outside of LA in the mountains near where we played airsoft that has like lions and stuff that used to be in Hollywood or whatever, or maybe still are. So let's say one of those lions in that place, had some kind of accident, was critically injured, was still alive, but they couldn't save it. And so they called a local butcher and chef over, and they humanely butchered the animal and got all the meat off of the lion. And then they took it to a nearby restaurant where they were cooking. Thanks, Acacia. How kind of you. And then they put on the menu today's special lion chops, um, like pate of lion organ meat, lion steaks, lion face, pan fried lion face. And if the restaurant explained, look, everybody, this is what happened. This lion was critically injured in an accident. It fell off of a diving board. It was trying to do a dive, but didn't realize there wasn't any water in the pool. And it's on its last legs. We got to humanely put it down. So we just brought in the butcher and we butchered this lion. Do you think a lot of people would want to eat it? All right, you go check on your dog. Make sure that no lions have eaten it. Subscribering celebration. Lion meat gotta have insane amounts of heavy metals in it. Could kill you if you eat it in excess. Really? Why do you suppose that would be? Do they eat a lot of, like, what are heavy metals anyway? Like beryllium or something? do they eat a lot of heavy metals? They eat mercury? I've heard that swordfish has a lot of mercury in it. But I wonder if that would be well received by the restaurant eating public. Is there a large market for something truly unusual like that? Because you could always get game animals, get venison or buffalo or alligator or whatever. But lion, you don't have a lot of opportunity to eat a lion. So let me ask you this, water bottle. If you had a choice between eating a lion and eating a hyena, which would you rather eat? Let's call it just a very small steak. So it's not gonna harm you because of its heavy metals. Fungi have the ability to accumulate heavy metals in high concentrations, such as mercury, lead, cadmium, and arsenic. Well, that's not good. Hi, Russia. How's it going? Hello from America. Sao dua drickabao. Sup. Hey, girl, sup. Sup. That really is the gist of Riz right there. Could go like this a little bit. Like that, Do I believe in aliens? No, I don't believe that aliens have visited Earth in spaceships. There very well may be alien life on other planets someplace. There very well may be even intelligent life on some other alien world somewhere, or may have been at some point. May will be again, maybe. I don't know. But I don't believe in faster than light travel, so I don't believe they've come to Earth. Hey, do you have a stepsister? No, Toby Cell, I do not have a stepsister. Nor do I have a regular sister. I have no siblings, and uh, nope, do not do meth. I don't do meth, Toby Cell, and I don't have a stepsister. Do you have a stepsister and do meth? My grandam dies. What does your grandam die of? Acacia has informed us of something very surprising regarding female hyenas, who apparently have extremely enlarged, half-foot long clitorises that look almost perfectly like penises, complete with what appear to be testicles, which actually are their labia that have folded up and fused. They even get erections. No, I don't have an OnlyFans as well. Also don't want an OnlyFans, nor do I want to consume OnlyFans. Hog Rider or Battle Ram? No, Toby Cell. God. No water bottle? Pennies are for boys. God. Girls are hot pilots. G-Wars 2.0. Is my yet big? Well, I don't know. Is the whole state of Texas big? Is the universe big? You tell me. What's this channel about? At the moment, it's about my gat, my riz. It's about how my Sigma riz scares away the skibbity bomboclats when they come around here and try to catch me riding dirty, you know. They see me rolling. They're just hating and trying to catch me riding dirty. I just think that's not fair. That's not fun. Yeah, it brings a lot of people here. Happens real fast, or you're gonna miss it, but yeah. Thanks, Happy Hippie. I make an effort to entertain or amuse or interest, depending on the moment. Or occasionally, I will just bore, fail, etc. But it's not because I'm trying to do that. I'm just either trying to do something else and failing, or failing to try to do the right thing media-wise. I'm not purposely attempting to fail. How drunk am I? I am not drunk at all because I don't drink alcohol and have not drunk alcohol for over 10 years. You're always trying to catch me do that, yeah. You're trying to catch me riding dirty. How old are you, my man? I'm 52 years old. Witch's butter fungi has a very interesting and funny lore history. Happy Hippies only had one beer, so should be fine. You know, he's fine to do brain surgery. You can do brain surgery on up to 3 or 4 beers. I wouldn't recommend conducting brain surgery after drinking hard alcohol, though. I think that's ill-advised. Unless it's, rum. That should be fine. Happy Hippie has 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Well, that's a lot of kids. 6 kids, huh? Did you feel lost in the mix among 6 kids, or were you happy to be part of a big family? I'm an only child myself. I think polls are a good way to bring people into these streams. Whoever suggested this poll, thanks for that. 6 siblings, says David Reynolds. Wow. Witch's butter. If that is where it's going, it's disgusting. Your typical good night, sleep well, don't let the proverbial bed bugs bite. If you do, you're going to want to wash your sheets and stuff tomorrow. Carmen Pip, I had a poll this morning that had got 1,000 votes on it. Is getting married and having kids actually worth it? Well, having a kid was very much worth it for me. I love her very much. We're still very, very close. We love each other a lot. And, she lives in Dorky in LA. However, this is my 3rd marriage. This wife is not responsible for that child, obviously. My first wife and I had the child. That marriage didn't last very long at all. And then my second wife, that marriage lasted the duration of raising Delilah, my child, until she was about 16 or 17 or whatever. At which point, that wife and I really didn't have anything else in common because we didn't have anything left in common because we just had Delilah in common, more or less. So, no, I have one child. Her name is Delilah. No, I was not lonely as an only child. I did not want any siblings. I actively did not want them. And I also grew up in a neighborhood with plenty of same-aged peers. So I had plenty of hanging out with kids, In contrast, my daughter wanted a sibling, but I was not interested in providing her one. Thanks, S. Jadden. I should inform you that I'm not actually your grandfather, though, because Delilah has no children, so you couldn't possibly be my grandchild. Another thing I would say about siblings in general is I don't put really any weight, and it seems like it's probably bullshit to me. All that birth order stuff, only children are like this, but first of 2 children are like that, and middle children are like this, and I don't believe in that shit. Can you make the pool 6? Can I put on the poll 6 siblings? They only give you 4 choices, so I went only child, 1 sibling, 2 siblings, 3 or more siblings. S. Jordan says, I live in a joint family. I have 3 brothers and 2 cousins. Isn't it cold? Yeah, it's pretty chilly up there. It's a little chillier than I'd like it to be. But the fact is, I've acclimated rather substantially to the cold since I moved here. When I lived in LA, no way I would be shivering or something out here. I don't know. I used to get cold super easy, and I couldn't handle being in the cold very well without plenty of jackets and stuff. Nowadays, I'm 45. That's not that cold. Crazy, I was an only child. Come to find out, I have 5 siblings that have been adopted. Huh. Brothers are cool when you have a fight outside. Brothers will help you fight. Well, I think it would probably be best if we avoided fights, physical fights, but I had some in childhood for sure. I even had one in adulthood. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister. I feel bad for her. She has to put up with 6 younger brothers. She's the oldest. I'm not close with my siblings. All 5 are half siblings, and I was only around them off and on. We all drifted away. I'm still close with my dad, though. Goofball, don't eat me. I won't, I don't eat any people who come to this live stream. I gave up cannibalism about 6 months ago. I mean, I've slipped up a few times since then, but I don't actually engage in cannibalism. Too many dang siblings. That's how many I got. Roy Valbuena says, Ruben, who's a regular around this channel, his grandparents had, I think, like 18 kids or something. Am I married? Yes. My wife Rachel may still be here in the chat, but regardless, she's in the master bedroom, lying down, getting ready to go to sleep. I'll probably go join her relatively soon. 10:10. Actually, I'm not that tired. Maybe I won't. Do you have any children? Yeah, I have 1 child. Her name is Delilah. 17. Sorry. 7 brothers, 10 sisters. Crazy. Why do women all turn crazy after marriage? They don't. Industrial knowledge. My wife Rachel is exactly the same as she was before I married her. She didn't turn crazy at all. In what fashion do you think they turn crazy? Jasmine LeBeau has 7 siblings. Did you feel lost in the shuffle, Jasmine, or were you happy to be part of a large family? Samuel Munoz has 9. Same question for you. The nice part of being the only child you don't have to share. I was spoiled. Don't regret it. Me too. I never even wanted a sibling. I thought it was crazy. I didn't want a sibling. Fever Purple, you got 6 siblings. My name is Eric. So, for those of you who, I'm just playing with this box of cigarettes, and have a cigarette in the other hand, so that's what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I let that sit for too long. The woman you meet at 25 is unrecognizable a decade later. Well, it is the case that if you get with somebody young, it's likely both people are going to grow, and they may not grow in the same ways, and they may not still be compatible if they were compatible in the first place. First of all, when you get with people young, you're more likely to get with somebody who's not especially compatible, right? Because you're probably making less wise choices about things. You're certainly less informed by experience, So it's not surprising that those relationships don't work out, but Rachel and I got married when Rachel was 38 and I was 52, so I'm not too concerned about Rachel and I growing in different directions. And also, Rachel already liked me. I like, in other words, she liked me as a human being. Before we ever got together, she was a fan of the channel. She commented on things. She participated in live streams and stuff. So she already had chosen on her own, independently of any relationship, to spend a lot of time with me on GWFP, and I really am the same, basically, on and off camera, you know? It's not like, what you see is what you get in real life or on the internet. It's the same. So, given that she actually liked me as just a person to listen to, engage with on the internet and stuff before we ever got together, when I was in a relationship with somebody else, it was not like she was like hitting on me or anything and flirting with me during that relationship. Anyway, that, I think, the fact that she had determined over the course of probably more than a year that she liked me and continued to like me throughout that duration of that year as just a person. Well, that's a lot of evidence that you're going to be compatible with that person, right? At least that she's going to find it comfortable being with you. Happy Hippie says, been with my husband 25 years and we're two different people now, unfortunately. Yes, I'm Rachel's favorite husband. You, Boba Fett, are her least favorite husband. If you could control one of these, which would you pick? Fire or ice? I think ice is probably more useful than fire. Relationships these days are kind of wacky. How long were you single before you got married at 52? I mean, I got married for the first time at like 27 or something. Then I got married again at like, call it, I don't know, 37, maybe 35. And then I got married again at 52. Prior to getting married at 52, I've been with Rachel now 4.5 years. We got married after being together about 4 years. Prior to being with Rachel, I was with this BPD woman named Kimberly for 2.5 years. And prior to that, I was with my second wife for a total of like 13 years or something. We were married for like 7. And so, I haven't spent a lot of time. I haven't spent a lot of time single per se. I thought I had already hid you, Jacksonville kid, but I guess I hadn't. Now I have. 17 pregnancies. God damn it, people can't even handle what little kids they have. Well, Ruben's grandma. No. Never again, says Industrial Knowledge. Just fun time Sally's for me from here on out. Well, I've never been interested in fun time Sally's. Well, if I remember correctly, he said something like super hateful a time or two ago. I thought I had hidden him, but apparently not. So I was just waiting for him to say some stupid ass shit. If he was going to say anything. G-Wars 2.0. Smash. Smash in the Rari. Smash in the Rari. Look at me go. I'm a smash in the Rari. Oh yeah, he's obviously got some kind of issue. You know? He obviously hates me. Who knows? Uh, who knows why? Right? Like some people, I threaten them. I make them feel threatened or whatever, and they feel some compelling need to take me down a notch or provoke some kind of emotional response or whatever. I don't know why exactly, but it's what it is. Hi, Jennifer Corius. You don't need to say hi multiple times. I will respond to you. Beer Singh says, married twice, been single 15 years. I'm 68. I'm not sure I want to give up my time. However, family says we're not meant to be alone. Any thoughts? Uh, I mean, I don't think there's any universal rule that applies to everybody. I'm kind of scared of being alone, but also if something were to happen to Rachel, you know, I probably would just prefer to be alone for quite some time, if maybe not forever. You know, do I have balls? I do have balls. I have zero siblings. I'm an only child. So industrial knowledge says it's because I'm calm. When you have a calmness about you that others can't access, they become envious. That might be the case. I'm not sure. I mean, certainly there are plenty of people who are trying to provoke some kind of emotional response. And I understand that they get frustrated sometimes if they're unable to do so. And maybe that pushes them to become increasingly nasty. But that doesn't necessarily explain to me why they want to provoke an emotional response in the first place, you know? uh, Alani Brown, hello. How are you? You're brown, obviously. That's how you are. I sometimes am brown too. My race changes regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Sometimes I'm browner than others, you know. All right. Well, we're going to pull a couple of rips, and then it is quite possible that um, I would play a song perhaps on the guitar. I was Japanese today for a while, I think. Was I? Are you talking about yourself? Maybe we both were. Nix Ixity. Hey, Huru? Question mark. Hey, HRU? What does HRU mean? Is that some sort of internet three-letter thing that stands for hand red umbrellas? Mukhand Beer Singh. It doesn't bother me being alone per se. However, I do wonder, will I need a partner to help me as I age? Do you have any kids to help you as you age? It kind of depends on your circumstances and situation. Some people are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves all the way until late into their 90s, even, you know? Really depends on how it plays out for you. HRU means how are you? Oh, you'd think that would be HAU. Big dudes, Big Joey here. Hi, Big Joey. You are the single biggest Joey that's ever been here. All the other Joeys were just small potatoes Joeys, but you're the big cheese Joey. You're El Jefe. Devil's avocado, a person who expresses a contentious opinion in order to provoke debate or test the strength of the opposing arguments. Why are they devil's avocado? Why aren't they devil's advocate? When did they become devil's avocados? You got Mercs and Spirit Tobacco for rollies, but yeah, obviously roll your own cigarettes are always going to be like, I'm 10 ounces away from being a black hole. Wow, that is big. Am I proud of you? Uh, mm, no. I'm not responsible for you, so there's no reason for me to be proud of you. It would be condescending at best for me to feel pride in your accomplishments. Well, I'm guessing if you're that big, though, that probably birds nest on you. So you may be homeless, but you provide homes. Why would that person ask if you had balls? I have no idea. I didn't. I didn't ask why they asked that question. Maybe they wanted to know if I was originally a woman, if I was born a woman. No, I was born a small boy. I was born a newborn boy, a newborn baby. Like a lot of people, I was born a newborn baby, and and I have retained my malehood ever since. Nickism. What makes you dorky? Uh, I like to make up cheerleading cheers. That's kind of dorky. Like, what? Oh, what? Oh, what makes me dorky? It's because bacon tastes super porky. Like that, you know. I like to make up cheers. That's pretty dorky. I like to disappoint JC and thwart everything that JC wants. That makes me dorky. Bro, you look like Candace Owens. That makes me dorky. Candace Owens is not the hippest looking person. I look exactly like Candace Owens. Ergo dorky. I'm a just absolutely passionate Civil War reenactor. Dorky. I mean, I only like to reenact Civil War with guinea pigs, but still, maybe even more dorky. Thank you, Nickism. I can time out people who are unacceptably unoriginal, like G Wars 2.0. How many times do you suppose I have heard that? Thank you, Winston's mom. That's fine. That's fine. Heard it 100 billion times. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. Fewer than that, but it's on my bingo card. Yeah, right here. See, growing knee. Nick, last name Gurr. Those are on my bingo card because I've heard them. People come in and say that to me. I don't even know how many times. I have too few fingers to count that high. Even if I use the same fingers over and over and over again, I still eventually run out of fingers. Big Joey eats 600,000 calories per day. That's pretty good. Okay, NKism. I'm going to admit it. I lied. I am not into any form of Civil War reenacting, but if I were, I prefer it be reenacted by guinea pigs. if I had to go to a Civil War reenactment, I'd prefer it be put on by guinea pigs. By guinea pigs for guinea pigs, but I get a special invitation. That's what I'd like my Civil War reenactment to be if I had to go to one. In general, I don't like boring things. For example, something I want to go to an air show? No, I do not. Obviously. Do I want to go to a car race? No, I do not. Do I want to go look at the Museum of Farming? Probably not. Probably not. Although, do I want to go look at a quilting exhibit at a museum? Yes, I do. I did. I have looked at such, and I enjoyed my trip to the Quilt Museum. They had a lot of quilts there. More quilts than you'd think. I looked at them with these very eyes. What other dorky things do I do? Well, when I was a kid, I used to play Dungeons and Dragons. That's pretty dorky. Well, I was a debater in high school and on the newspaper staff. Both very dorky. Went on to become a competition debate coach, in fact. Relatively dorky. I watch a shit ton of anime. I don't know if that's dorky or not. Could be counter dorky, because it should be, because anime is so good that it should be cool to watch it, but I don't really know what the kids are saying these days. I like some songs from musical theater. Very dorky. But Muck Hand Beer Sing. No, I'm not familiar with names from India. As far as it looks to me, it should be pronounced Muck Hand Beer Sing. You want to tell me how to pronounce it differently? Just sort of write it phonetically. That's fine. I'll pronounce it like that if I can. Well, Thomas Jefferson, he may have had some slaves. But you know what? Who didn't have a few slaves back then? It's fine. Nickism says, you are full of surprises. I like your answers. Glad I asked about your dorkiness. Well, thanks, Nickism. I don't find them to be a pain. Only takes a couple of seconds. What only takes a couple of seconds? Enslaving Jefferson's people? It took Jefferson a long time to enslave them. First, he had to coax them over with treats. And then, he had to jump on their back and ride them until they gave up fighting. After that, they were compliant. That's how white people enslaved people back in the day. Horribly barbaric practice. You know that back in the day, it wasn't so easy to avoid a stroke. But nowadays, it's painless, non-invasive, keep your clothes on. So, for those of you who've been avoiding getting screened for a stroke because you weren't sure if it featured keep your clothes on, it does now. It features it. They made The Great Gatsby into a musical, and you're afraid it will be dorky? You shouldn't be afraid that it will be dorky, Rachel. You should be absolutely certain that it will be dorky. Do I have a kid? Yes. Her name's Delilah. She's 25. She lives in Los Angeles. and is my beloved, darling daughter Angel. I have, for those of you who've not heard this before, some of the new people here is relevant. I'm going to mention it. Okay. I've seen some of brief, short, relatively short stretch of Menopause the Musical. Yes, I did. I've seen it. I was given tickets by my boss, who was so excited to give me the tickets, I felt obligated to go. I sat through a good 20 minutes of that thing. You might say you're not calling slavery fake, but I've been through 20 minutes of Menopause the Musical, and it's way worse than slavery could ever be. It was, I guess you might say, history's worst human rights violation. Aesthetically, you know. It was so impossibly bad that I don't think I've entirely stopped gagging in the 10 to 12 years since. Do I ever waffle stomp in the shower? No, I don't do that. We do have waffles. I don't stomp them. But if I did, stomping them in the shower would make sense because it'd be easier to clean up, you know. Are the Mayans of Mexico pimp or no? Well, I'll tell you who's super pimping is Mayan Shanktopus. Mayan Shanktopus, for those of you who don't know, is a Mayan octopus with 128 arms, each of which has an obsidian sacrifice knife clasped in its puckers. He is obviously a villain, but he's a pimpin' villain. You know, in some scenes, you might see him depicted with each of his tentacles around a buxom Mayan maiden who's got her head back like this, like, go ahead and sacrifice me with your cock, man, Shanktopus. In those scenes, he doesn't have the obsidian knives. He's just got a big old throbbing erection, you know. I need to eat something. All this talk of Mayan Shanktopus is making me hungry. Perhaps it actually was some talk of waffles that made me hungry. I'm gonna have some of these salamis, they're called. I don't know if any of you guys have ever had this stuff. It's called salami. This may surprise you, but these salamis they're circles made out of meat. See, they're like meat circles. higher in line. I think you might be an INFP, actually. I think it's possibly not wrong. I don't even remember these typing. I know I typed her, but I don't remember it really at all. Juju, Pop, what's going on? Not a whole lot is going on. Eating a little bit of food. I might even eat a little more food. I'm still kind of hungry, actually. Yes, I had a big lunch. That was quite some time ago. Maybe I'll have a bagel. A bagel with cream cheese. Okay, I'll put this bagel in there in the toaster oven. First, I have, of course, cut it all the way open because bagels don't cut all the way in half for some reason. It keeps them fresher. Shut up, bagel company liars. Bagel companies are like the biggest liars of all. You know? I think we all know that. The way when you look in the bag, it looks like it's cut in half. That's just a lie cut to fool you. Don't believe it. Don't believe their lies. It's not cut all the way through. You're gonna need a knife. Otherwise, when you try to tear it in half, it's gonna be like all, oops, it's torn all weird, and now it's not any good to eat. You don't want that. Alright, I have one of these do-it bites. Looks like this. It's the thing I got at the bakery at the store today. Kind of like a cross between a cookie and a muffin. Pretty good. Sweet and delicious. So I started my weed seeds today, you know. Started 6 seeds. I'm gonna grow 6 plants. Probably put 2 in the ground. I mean, yeah, well, probably 2 in the ground, 3 in small pots, maybe 1 in a big pot, or maybe in the ground as well, you know. No, Juju, I cannot. Someone does care when we stop ignoring it. We stop ignoring what? Yeah, I've thought about that. That notion has crossed my mind for a while. Yeah. I don't know. It also crossed my notion maybe that horse mumber might be an INFP as well. I don't know for sure. It's so cool. What is that drink? This drink is non-alcoholic beer, NDR. It's NDR. Uh, when someone does care when we stop ignoring it. Whatever you're ignoring. Someone cares when you stop ignoring whatever you're ignoring? I mean, necessarily have to be ignoring something that you shouldn't ignore, right? I think you could ignore that you should ignore. Any funky new jams? I mean, I'm not really working on writing anything new at the moment. I have been enjoying making up freestyles and stuff on streams, but I have one song kind of in the works, but I'm not. It's not my priority right now. I'm playing around doing this stuff. We went to town, got a couple things done. I don't know what my priority is right now, actually. Salamlar. Salamlar. I don't know what Salamlar means. You do it every day. We do it every day in developed societies. What? Ignore things? Yeah, I mean, sure, but it's not the case that we shouldn't ignore everything we ignore. Some things we should ignore. You know, like Ebola. Obviously, you just ignore Ebola until it goes away. Whereas regular Ebola, you cannot ignore that. So you're very ill-advised to ignore regular Ebola. All right, cream cheese. Get on my bagel, you. Get on there, you. I'm glad I have this spreader thing. This is a wonderful spreader. Everybody should get a spreader like this. It's a very useful tool to have. And just rinse off the old spreader. Okay, let's go eat this. And then after I eat this and have a sip of beverage, have a final health tube, then I'm going to wrap up this stream. I'm quite tired. Well, that's a depressing iron line. I was thinking about how sometimes I ignore certain things people say here in the chat. Sometimes they should be ignored, you know? You're talking about serious stuff. Go 12 a.m. Yago Ferrer says, hello, I was just watching a video where you said INFPs have an attitude of everything one/one is more tender than you think. Where is that? Was that so much? Well, I think INFPs are right about that. You know, somebody who's FI polar like me tends to be careless sometimes about remembering that, you know, anybody any moment could be going through you don't know what, and one kind or harsh word can make a big difference. Dog has 5 siblings. One of 6 are you, dog. What about you? Did you feel like you were lost among your 6 siblings, or did you feel you were glad to be part of a big family? Do I remember all the songs I've made? No, not even close. I have a small number of songs that I even know how to play out of a very large number of songs that I've made. Um, it's great being an only child. I agree with you completely, Dan, on Moodrove. I was an only child. I never wanted a sibling. Yago Ferrer says, when someone hurts my feelings, I immediately think, maybe you think this is not a big deal, but I know what will hurt you, and you wouldn't appreciate it at all if I did it. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. You know, some people hurt feelings, hurt other people's feelings with intent to do so. Some people hurt other people's feelings because they're careless. You might say like negligent and being careful enough. And then in still other instances, it seems like somebody whose feelings are hurt on them because they're being too sensitive. I don't know if you can come up with any kind of clear way to determine which is which. Like could be a heuristic or rule, but that's how I think about it. I mean, really, I shouldn't say that. Like, the idea that Horseman might be an INFP, he very well might be, but I don't have sufficient cause really to question which is a type because this notion is mostly predicated on the last conversation I had with them, and I don't think there's enough data to inform me in ways I thought maybe it informed me. It's on this tripod. Well, I've never seen a UFO crisis. That bagel is really good. Yeah, I'd be happy to listen to any paranormal stories you have. Read them out loud. We're subscribed to FI to an ENTP friend who said, well, it must be very cool to be your own judge and to not depend on others to know if you're being correct. Well, I actually don't depend on others to know if I'm being correct. I may depend on others to know if I'm being adequately kind or unkind, you know, socially graceful or awkward, but Jaime Alberto says, I seen an orb, and also my wife took a picture randomly and we zoomed in, and it was a fairy. No lie. A fairy, huh? What do you think fairies do with when they're not being caught on camera? Do you think they like cast spells on people? Do you think they fly around and just do fairy stuff like, I don't know, harvest nectar or something? Who's so mean to you? Me? I'm not so mean to you, JC. Okay, when you take OBR, can you please not repeat phones over and over again? Fine. I'm not mean to you, JC. I'm trying to dissuade you from wanting to insert yourself into my life too much. And honestly, I don't want you to come cook for me. I don't even know if you're like, is that just a straight up joke? It's like, I don't know how seriously to take you when you say those sort of things. Different people, different levels of strange. Well, yeah, it is a good reason to not be proud of you. That's actually not why I said you weren't proud of me. I said I weren't proud of you. I said I wasn't proud of you because I can't be proud of you because I'm not responsible for you. I could be proud of this thing I made here, this bagel and cream cheese, because I made it. I can't be proud of you because I didn't make you. Oh. Did anything happen, Mr. Cartol? Okay. Doggy dog, I'm having a sad night as a young man. I got no booze, no ganja. Well, maybe it's time for you to get high on life. It's like, let me go for a walk and breathe in the brisk night air. Celebrate a communion with the moon, the planets, Mother Earth. It's like, no, he definitely does not love my wife like I do. I love my wife with my penis. I'm watching your channel, but I don't know where exactly to start to get the really deep knowledge. I don't know how deep the knowledge goes here, but what do you mean about typology stuff? I would suggest look at the defensible typology stuff. I don't know. I haven't been making much cognitive function content in quite some time, really. Here's another published typing session. Somebody hires me and lets me publish it, but it's not my primary interest anymore. It's not, and more significantly, I guess, I don't think it's particularly necessary for the channel to grow. So it says, I just want someone to look at me like this. What do you mean? You want to be healed by my healing gaze? Do you feel healed by my healing gaze? Yes, I love you with my emotion heart, right? Rachel, of course. But we don't know. JC might love you with his emotion heart too. But what I'm saying is he doesn't love me like I love you because I love you with my penis. And no matter how much JC uses his emotion heart to love you, he does not love you with his penis. Now, we can't control his emotion, but we can limit his access with his penis to 0. Proud of you for loving my wife. Obviously, if you aren't trolling and you honestly want that, then you are insane. And besides which, how can I be proud of you? I'm not responsible for anything you do. You should be proud of the things you do, not me. I guess I left my glasses inside. I got a hat and my glasses as well. I'll be right back. Was I spoiled as a child? No. I mean, you might say I was privileged, but I wasn't spoiled. I had a lot of chores to do and stuff. You know, my dad didn't believe in unplanned time, really. I was always having my weekends occupied by plans other than my own. Who has a boyfriend? Well, Rachel has a husband. I don't know what JC's doing. Okay, trouble. Neither of the cats use the cat doors at all anymore, as far as I can tell. Ridiculously. They have decided that I didn't write two messages, Eric. They were typos. I don't know what that means. Anyway, Samantha stole hello. I didn't write to MSG's S, Eric. They were typos. I don't know what that means. Bilal Amir, hi. Yeah, Sean 69 has already been hidden. Probably just another account with the same name. Got advice for heartbreak? Well, uh, you know, time heals all wounds, I guess. Uh, it's a good idea to try to occupy yourself with activities, etc. Well, I live up by Yosemite National Park, so up here in the mountains, it gets pretty chilly at night. Yeah, who has sad? Right? Are you okay? I should be a poker player, I suppose, with all my fake sad looks. People would think you must have a terrible hand, but things are perfectly fine. Do you see moose? No, we don't have any moose down here in Central California. We got bears, we got deers, we got, you know, squirrels and various birds. We got wild turkeys running around, flocks of wild turkeys. We got bobcats. There purportedly are mountain lions around here, but I've never seen one. Grandpa, you need to smoke the fire because it's too cold out here. I need to smoke the fire? don't know if you can really smoke fire. Yes, people do hunt the turkeys around here. It is presumably they eat them when they shoot them. I have never shot a turkey nor eaten a wild turkey, but they certainly seem healthy and they're cool. You get a male turkey. It's got this wide expanse of feathers. It just looks just like a Thanksgiving decoration. And then it's like they're very protective of the female turkeys. Thanks, for instance, Mom. Uh, just like about 6 days ago, you know, I was like, I'm done with this whole penis testicles thing. Just had them chopped off and turned into a vagina. Yes, you told me that before, but it's not a bad idea, but probably not going to happen anytime soon. These songs I think are fairly complicated, but I could look into them, see if they are. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to find a tab on it, but I might. So, hopefully that answers any questions about when I became trans. It was just very recently. I haven't these haven't even fallen off yet. Don't look behind me. Okay. Should I not look behind me because if I did so, I'd see a Sasquatch. You've got what? Pigeons now? Pigeons have? You've got what pigeons have now, Eric? I don't know. What do pigeons have? Beaks, wings, feathers? I'm just, well, I self identify as metagender. I get to be every gender at all times. So there you go. So let alone make a wish. I wish I had a cloaca. That's what I wish. Bird flu, probably. Cruise. Are you saying you have bird flu? Or are you saying birds have bird flu? Are you saying if I had a cloaca, I'd catch bird flu from my cloaca? Because it's typically only for birds? Or are you suggesting that we should purposely give birds the human flu so that they have to stay home from work? Crazy Geo High. Iron Lions wish came true. Alien Homicide says 1212. There is no such thing as alien homicide, okay? That would be aliaside. Perhaps xenocide. Homicide is for humans. Jennifer Corius, hello, good evening, how are you? Welcome to Talking with Fence People. You just made the best decision of your life arriving here, as did Groovy Life, who's heretofore had a groovy life, but now it's just like, I thought I had a groovy life, but now I realize how great life can be because I'm here. Crazy Geo is Maya from Pakistan. Well, good for you. William Iverson is here as well. And how am I doing today? I'm doing well. Russia, thanks for asking. It's cold here, but I bet it might be even colder in Russia. You might not even call it cold here if you're from Russia. You probably think cold is like minus 1,000,000 degrees. Whereas here, it's not even minus 50 degrees. Did I leave my beverage outside? No, I failed to take my beverage outside in the first place. Here's Geo says, I'm so cute. Well, I may be so cute, but I doubt it. I may be, but I doubt it. I'm 52. I am Shah from Bangladesh. Do you know me? No, I don't know who Shah is. Anwar Shah. I'm glad to hear you're from Bangladesh. Some of my clothes were made in Bangladesh. And others of them not. I bought a pair of overalls yesterday or the day before on the internet. They were hecho in Mexico. Apparently. That's what it said. That they were made in Mexico. I am not joking. Okay, I'm also really married, Crazy Geo. Okay? To a gorgeous, perfect 39-year-old soulmate wife. So keep that in mind. You want more food, kitty? That's fair. I will get you some more food. Here you go, Mr. Kitty. There you go. Eat your foods. Eat your food with your mouth, you kitty cat. Eat your food with your damn mouth. Oh, yes. Oh, sí. Oh, sí, señor. You are a very wonderful kitty. And I love you very much. You are a kitty who is hecho in Mexico. Yes, this cat is very, unfortunately, very controlling, very bossy, perhaps a little bit abusive, you know. Seems to think it's okay to constantly tell me what to do. Well, I decided I need to go to the battered women's shelter. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, I think if I showed up at the battered women's shelter, they would say to me, "Sir, you're not a battered woman, you're a man with a bad cat." To which I'd say, "Well, batter my biscuits." Because that's how I talk, you know, a lot. Like, constantly, maybe. Constantly talking like that. Hot trouble. Oh, yes. You try to eat your food too fast and you almost choked on it. This happens frequently. Just if you didn't insist on having me standing here, you shouldn't be in any hurry. You can just take your time, eat as slowly as you want. All it requires, trouble, is that you just not need me to watch you eat. Then I won't have any say about how long it takes you to eat. You is the because. Trouble is not the nicest cat around. But the cat's name is Trouble. He is a he. He appears very healthy to me too, but that's male cats who don't have their balls cut off iron line. I am very familiar with cats. Okay. No, the vet didn't give a guess on his age, and while he does look trouble, it's also the case that he has AIDS. He has cat AIDS, so. Please don't discriminate against him. Just because he has cat AIDS. He won't give it to you. And I think you're not what? I think you're not neutered. True, I don't think you're neutered, Iron Lion. Yeah, my cat has cat AIDS. Called FIV, feline immune deficiency virus. We learned when we had to get him vaccinated before we put him at the boarding place when we were moving. We had to board him temporarily, and in order to board him, we had to get him vaccinated. When we went to get him vaccinated, they did the test, and they said he has cat AIDS. So we're like, hey, Treble, listen, we know you have a bit of a checkered past. We don't want to pry. We don't care how you contracted cat AIDS. Whether it was from unprotected gay cat sex or using dirty cat needles to inject cat heroin, we don't care. We love you just the way you are. So yeah, maybe my cat's a junkie. Yeah. Maybe my cat was a gay prostitute. But we love him just the same. How do you get FIV? You don't get FIV, okay? Cats do. I'm about to roll a fat one and watch Cheers reruns. Sounds good. Sounds like pleasant pre-bed routine. No, Mr. Kartoffel, people can't get cat AIDS except Taylor Swift. Peyton Burkhart had 11 siblings. That's so sad he has HIV. Wish him my best. Reminds me of my cat that died 4 years ago. Take care of him. And he seems perfectly healthy. Now, true, Carmen, if you share needles with a cat, you do risk catching FIV. Also, if you have sex with them like Taylor Swift did. So as you sang that song, I knew you were trouble when you walked in. You gave me cat AIDS. It's called Rhinotracheitis or something. No. Human AIDS is HIV. Cat AIDS is FIV. And just like I can't catch feline leukemia, I can't catch feline AIDS either. Unless, of course, I share needles with the cat, you know. But I'm not entirely sure Trouble's clean. He says he is, but I see track marks. Bad juju to even be talking about cat AIDS? I'm pretty sure it's not, Boba Fett. Eric, you taking a techo? I don't know what a techo is. I'm peeing right now. Your fish had tuberculosis. William Iverson's fish has tuberculosis. You can tell because you can always hear it coughing under the water, you know. Well, AIDS may not be a joke, but cat AIDS is not as serious as human AIDS, apparently. Turtle seems perfectly healthy. He eats like a horse. Um, I don't know. He's got plenty of energy, etc. Seems to be nothing really wrong with him. So, you know, what else begets, right? Its eyes exploded, but it's still alive.
Go through the cat door.
What's eyes exploded? Well, I had 1,000 on a poll this morning, 1,000 votes on the paranormality poll this morning. The thing is, I think polls are a good way to bring in random people. People just come in, vote, and leave. You know, they don't necessarily hang around. That's why. It's a good way to get people to check out. You just stop in and maybe just vote and listen for a second. Some of them might stick around, you know. Yeah, the paranormal question this morning got 1,000 votes. Crazy. Does Trouble know about catnip? I don't think we've ever given the cats any catnip. No. Okay. Let's end this poll. Let's see what's going on here. 38% of people have 3 or more siblings? That's surprising. It's a lot of mini sibling people. No, I mean, what I'm saying about that is if this stream shows up in a shorts feed or whatever, if there's a poll on it, then maybe people are more likely to click it because maybe they want to vote on the poll, right? My fish's eyes exploded. It's called Popeyes. It's the equivalent of having tuberculosis. That's what I'm trying to say. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Your fish's eyes could explode and still be alive. How can it even find the food? Because it could smell it or something? You think average is 3 and 2 siblings? I mean, I'd always heard that the average amount of children is 2.5. But obviously, I guess that probably is about right, average, because the only children are 1/5 of them, and that's just one. You tap on the tank when you feed it, and then the fish knows that the food's coming. I just don't want to ship that big ass horrible thing. What's the problem? I just want to be rid of it. Well, that's cool. Do you think your fish is happy even though it's blind? Does it seem happy? I mean, you can see him smiling a lot. Not a lot of smiling. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, fish can be a challenge to have. Rachel and I had fish, and We had a crayfish as well, and just lies on the bottom of the tank all day. It's sad. He's probably afraid of bumping into stuff. Yeah, we had a crayfish. It lived for quite a long time, a couple of years, I guess. Lilu. But did not die from neglect, okay? I mean, I guess he kind of did. Like, the water got, I don't know. We had, both that. That's why I'm happy to have animals that, you know, alert me to things. I mean, he did have a very good run, Leela did. And we spent a lot of time caring for that that crayfish in that tank, a lot of time. But one time, the water wasn't super clean. Then we went out of town for a few days, and ultimately, when we got back, he had climbed out of the tank, and we hadn't been there. And, you know, can I play Teen Spirit by Metallic? No, I don't know how to play that. And I don't want to play that. So, anyway, I'm going to take off now. I'm going to call it a night. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed, get a good night's sleep, take a couple gabapentins, maybe a couple Benadryls for bed. Yeah. We couldn't find him, you know? No, I don't want any such thing, Boba Fett. I'm done with fish, I'm done with chickens, I'm done with all kinds of stuff that I'm done with, okay? So I will see you all later. Love you all. Bye. Thanks for being here.